Okay, friends of Germany in Lithuania and friends of Lithuania from Germany, most welcome. We will have 3 languages here today used. I'm speaking as moderator in English, but if you want to speak in German, no problem, or Lithuanian, we have 3 channels. You can find it here. So this is a 20th anniversary of our forum. We created it when we just joined the European Union, and it was a success story, but then we understood that without strong relations with Berlin, this success will not go further. And that was, to be honest, the time of Chancellor Schröder. It was not so easy for us, but now after 20 years, I think all the dreams are coming true. And, you know, we want Germany to spread the wings, we want Germany to lead together, and we want, of course, to speak one language and learn German. But without further ado, I will ask Speaker of this House, Speaker of Parliament, to start our event, because in Lithuania, right and left was always working together. Even before the independence in '89, we signed a statement that in case we vote for independence, we will work together and get rid of Russia and going to all the Western alliances. So, Jose, if you could take the podium.
Ačiū Žygimantai už tokį gražų.
Thank you, Žygimantas, for the introduction and for our cooperation. Thank you once again for this beautiful introduction, for cooperation. Of course, the left and the right, we are working together, but our heart, however, is on the left. Dear colleagues, friends, it's a great honor for me to address you here in the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania and to greet you in the Lithuanian-German Forum. I would like to begin by the words of the German Chancellor said in Vilnius in Cathedral Square on the 22nd of May this year. He said, Lithuanian security is our security. The defense of Vilnius is the defense of Berlin. I thank him for these words. I thank Germany and its people for being together. Today, Lithuania and Germany are strategic partners bilaterally within the European Union, NATO. We foster close ties and cooperation. I've mentioned the visit of the German Chancellor this year, the Finance Minister, Vice Chancellor visited Vilnius, as well as the defense ministers, which shows that our nations are very close. It is also very important that all of us here in the Parliament, we are continuing our diplomatic cooperation by strengthening our ties. The Lithuanian Parliament is sending its representative who will enhance our cooperation in Berlin. We are grateful to Germany for its contribution into the security of Lithuania and the whole eastern flank. We put every effort to provide all the necessary conditions for the Lithuanian brigade. For the German brigade, starting from 2027. Therefore, our commitment for defense and to go above 5% of the GDP is very important for us and for the whole region. in order to achieve NATO goals and to strengthen transatlantic cooperation. Cooperation between Lithuania and Germany is based on our shared values. Germany is the strongest, the biggest economic partner for our economy. And in many other areas, technology, science, innovation, the implementation of the Horizon program, Germany is our partner. It is important that this cooperation remains stable in the future. The German Rheinmetall factory and the opening of it in Lithuania is a great example how we strengthen our defense industry. We are always looking forward for a closer cooperation in the energy sector, especially when it comes to the development of LNG terminal in order to strengthen the European energy security. And finally, I would like to highlight probably the most important matter, which is our common support for Ukraine. We are grateful for Germany for its contribution in support of Ukraine politically in terms of military equipment and financially, so that Ukraine can defend itself against the aggressor. Strengthening of sanctions for Russia should also undermine its ability to finance military intervention. The upcoming winter is going to be very difficult for Ukraine. I visited Ukraine 2 weeks ago, and I saw the Russian aggressor targeting the energy sector in order to cause dissatisfaction of the public and to undermine the Ukrainian will. And our duty is to respond to the Ukrainian needs and to help Ukraine in rebuilding the damaged energy sector in Ukraine. This is the most task of today, in my opinion. Moreover, our efforts to start the accession negotiations for Ukraine joining the EU is also very important, because separating Ukraine from other candidate countries would be a major mistake and our loss. Dear colleagues, I would like to wish all organizers of this forum, all of the participants, to continue our dialogue, and I wish everyone fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Speaker. And now we have a welcome statement actually from Bundestag itself, because German Parliament was always with us. Here we have today a lot of great friends from Bundestag. They will also speak online, but now Omid Nuripur, who is Vice President of German Bundestag, representing Greens, who were actually quite good partners of Lithuanians. I know you had some problems inside, but in foreign policy we've been always together. So now video from Omid.
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to address you. When I was invited to the Lithuanian-German Forum, I was honored and delighted. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you today, so thank you very much for the opportunity for this address. The German-Lithuanian friendship is old. The ties between the two countries, cultural, the economic, and also the scientific ties and exchanges between the two countries and nations are old and are based on a deep friendship. This deep friendship also survived very bad and evil times. And I'm very grateful that we still have this friendship and we can rely on this. Lithuania is one of the most reliable countries in the world for my country, and one of the strongest players within NATO and European Union. And there had been so many lessons you could teach us, and we learn from you, from the people of Lithuania. The Single Revolution, the Baltic Way, the way you struggled in the beginning of the 90s finally successfully for your independence and for your freedom, was a copyright for all of the people in the world who try to achieve liberty and who know the value of freedom. This value is now at stake. This freedom is at stake in these days. And also on that, we had to learn a lot from Lithuania. You warned because of Nord Stream 1. You warned us because of Nord Stream 2. You warned after the war in Georgia started 2008 that the Russian aggression will improve and improve. You warned us after 2014 to be much more severe to face and then to answer to the Russian aggression in Ukraine. You were the people who told us that we should give immediately and massively more weapons to Ukraine so they can defend themselves. And this is why we have to learn that Lithuania is the country with the very best judgment when it comes to the Russian aggression and to Putin. And so we better listen and we learn. And it's encouraging to see how you build up resilience. Lithuania today is one of the countries in the world with the highest level of resilience. You learned and you can teach us how to face hybrid warfare, information warfare, mis and malinformation coming from Russia. So we better listen. And I think a lot of people in Germany who ignored all of these warnings and lessons in the past learned to listen now. And this is the good news. Lithuania is also the hub for freedom. So many people from Russia who has to flee, who ran away from highest levels of oppression, could save their lives and could go on with their activities in your country, not only from Russia, but also from Belarus. And I'm just very grateful as a person who has been born and grew up in Iran, which is a country of unfreedom. I'm very grateful to see that your country is giving shelter to those people so they can go on with their work to hopefully see one day their countries and their people being free like we are in the European Union. All of these lessons are given for free, but all of these lessons are absolutely valuable and precious. And this is why I'm very happy to have this friendship, and I'm very happy that we can talk to each other, and we should deepen the exchange. So thank you very much for your forum. Thank you very much for the work and for the stand of Lithuania for freedom in the world. I learned that the elder legend Landsbergis once said, freedom is not a gift, freedom is an obligation. And this obligation is not a burden, but is a weight we have to take together. You are doing your part. We should do our part also. And we are trying to do this, and we can learn a lot from Lithuania. Thank you very much for being Lithuania. Thank you very much for this forum, and thank you very much for watching and listening. I look forward and hope that we can repeat this exchange and then deepen it, because it's necessary more than ever been. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now we have a welcoming statement on behalf of Interparliamentary Group of Friendship with Germany, Minister Vaida Leknavičinė, because she just became a Minister of Culture, and we congratulate her very much. By the way, she was with us in the recent meeting in Munich. The last meeting of Forum was in Munich, hosted by Thomas Herrell, and Vaida was with us. So thank you very much for coming.
Labai ačiū už sveikinimus, danke.
Thank you for the congratulations. Dear participants of the forum, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, dear colleagues and friends from Germany, it's a great honor for me to welcome you here today at the Parliament of the Republic of Lithuania as we mark a special occasion, the 20th anniversary of the Lithuanian-German Forum. And from the very beginning, its goal was clear and ambitious: to build bridges of partnership between our countries and institutions, and to foster direct connections in business, culture, education, politics, and public relations. Over the 2 decades, the Forum has grown into an important institution of intellectual and political partnership. Our partnership is not just a mere formality. It's an excellent example of cooperation where both Lithuania's and Germany's voices are heard. It serves as a platform for dialogue and a space for action, where projects, ideas, and solutions are born, the ones that strengthen our bilateral cooperation and contribute to the creation of a more advanced Europe. This year's topic, Time to Lead and Speak with One Voice, is particularly relevant today. We live in times when security, economic resilience, and value-based leadership are not only national priorities, but also key tasks for all of Europe. Lithuania and Germany walk side by side here. From the establishment of the German Brigade and the opening of an educational institution for the children of German soldiers to close cooperation in energy, innovation, transport, and culture. We are united not only by our interests, we're united by trust, solidarity, and responsibility for Europe's future. Today, this hall brings together the most distinguished representatives of our countries: politicians, diplomats, business leaders, academics, and creators of culture and innovation. This demonstrates that the Lithuanian-German partnership is alive, diverse, and comprehensive. The discussions that will take place during this forum on leadership, security, resilience, and growth are like a glimpse into our shared future. May the 20th anniversary forum mark the beginning of a new, more sustainable stage, a stage where we not only speak in one language, but also act even more powerfully together so that our countries and our regions and all of Europe become stronger, more resilient, and more united. And the last sentence is going to be in German. Dear friends, may the spirit of this forum, the spirit of community, the spirit of leadership, may inspire all of us to work together for the sake of Lithuania, Germany, and for Europe. May we speak one common language, the language of cooperation and peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. And just on pragmatical note, Foreign Ministry was also always a sponsor of that forum, but why not Minister of Culture? You know, we can do a lot of great events on culture and language, just an idea. And now we have a happy birthday event. I want to invite Professor Dr. Jurgita Paužaitė-Kulvinskienė to say a word. She's the Dean, Deputy Dean of Law Faculty of Vilnius University, also President of our forum. And today it's her birthday because it's a forum birthday, 20th anniversary. Gerai.
Labas rytas, mėly konferencijos dalyviai.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Speaker of the Seimas, Honorable Vice President of the Bundestag, members of the same as members of the German Bundestag, ministers of Lithuania and Germany, ambassadors, dear friends of this forum. Well, this is our birthday and our anniversary. Thank you for the flowers for my birthday. Well, this is a commitment. This marks the commitment to all of us made 20 years ago. I'm very happy that today we are having a great event. It represents our civic society at large, not only in the area of politics, but in other areas as well, including the public. Over its 20 years of activity, the Forum has implemented numerous projects and specific actions that contributed to the bilateral relations between Lithuania and Germany. This year's theme of the conference is Time to Lead and Speak with One Language. It symbolizes what contemporary Europe lives by. It is an invitation not only to talk, but also to listen to each other. It is a call to strengthen trust, unity, and shared responsibility. I sincerely thank all the organizers of this conference who contributed to organizing this conference. I thank Žygimantas and other members of the board of the Forum, all the organizations that are the stakeholders of this event. We have chosen an untraditional topic, or perhaps it's a traditional one. It is very relevant: national security and national resilience and strengthening of that. Every country has an important mission to protect its people by building a shield of strategic security. The strategic security of the European Union and its members is not only about defense budgets or armies. It is also about economic power, investments, strengthening culture, and adherence to the principle of the rule of law. The first panel will discuss this. We will focus on the German brigade and its deployment in Lithuania as a symbol of strengthening the future of European security. As the rector of Vilnius University said in one interview, Germany has returned. Yet legally, this return required political and legal efforts of all of you. Therefore, I thank all the politicians present in this hall, because thanks to your efforts, it became possible. The parliaments of both countries, Lithuanian Seimas and German Bundestag, democratically functioning representatives of the nations, granted legitimacy to this historic, geopolitically and legally unique bilateral agreement. Article 137 of the Lithuanian Constitution prohibits the establishment of foreign military bases on Lithuanian territory. However, 14 years ago, the Constitutional Court made a unique step by interpreting this provision and stating that the deployment of Western allies is permitted that deployment of foreign military bases is prohibited for countries that are adversaries to Lithuania. So this is compatible with the Lithuanian constitution. Today we're speaking about the supranational security, which goes beyond the borders of one state. This is an everyday reality. And it is enabled by the second topic of panel 2 of today's forum, is strengthening the security shield through soft power, through culture, cooperation. And I'm very happy that we have panel 2 dedicated to these topics. Your engagement shows that partnership between Lithuania and Germany is alive, multifaceted, comprehensive, and this is the reality of the relationship between Lithuania and Germany. It starts with the people, with our mutual trust and dialogue, and hope that the participants of today's conference will get the inspiration from today's forum and will have new ideas for further cooperation. So may this event enrich us and bring many new ideas for the future of cooperation between Lithuania and Germany. Now some words in German. I'm very happy that today we maintain great relations with Germany. It is extremely important today. I'm very happy and I'm honored to welcome you in this forum. We see here members from the Bundestag, from German ministries, and I hope that representatives of Lithuanian institutions, organizations are also present here. So today we can actively speak about Lithuanian-German cooperation. We will focus on national security, which is based on European security. National security does not stand alone today. Therefore, I'm very happy to see representatives from different fields. I'm very happy to see you, welcome you, and I wish you productive discussions.
Thank you so much. So now we are entering into our first panel that will be focused on security, on foreign affairs, on German brigade, on our leadership, what we can do to strengthen our bilateral ties, what we can do to inspire others to follow our example, how can we tackle our challenges in the East, but also in the West, what can we do with our European defense. And we have a great set of panels representing President Office, Davidas Matulionis, National Security Advisor. We have Foreign Minister that will come a bit late. He just landed from his long trip. He has to brief all other leaders of the country, and he will jump into our panel in the middle of it. So Davidas Matulionis will be opening it with a keynote from Lithuanian side, and Florian Hahn, Minister of State of Federal Office, our best friend in Foreign Office, who is on Foreign Office that is represented today by Director for Bilateral Relations, Katalina Kulas, who will later also speak. So I would then start with a video from Dr. Florian Hahn, who cannot be with us because he is in Brussels. This is a General Affairs Council day. But I heard rumors that he is coming. Sorry, that's a secret. So let's have a video now.
Your Excellency, Foreign Minister Boutris, Your Excellency, Ambassador Matulionis, Your Excellency, Ambassador Pavillionis, dear members of the forum, dear guests, it's my pleasure and honor to address the Lithuanian-German forum today. While I regret not being able to join you in person, I send you my warmest regards from Berlin. You are convening at a pivotal moment, at a time when the security landscape in Europe, and particularly in the Baltic region, is undergoing profound shifts. We need to stand together in order to defend our freedom, in order to safeguard our security, and in order to keep our economies flourishing and prosperous. It is great to have Lithuania at our side as our ally and close friend in EU and in NATO. We stand together united by shared values and a commitment to the security and defense in Europe. Freedom, security, and prosperity are the three main vectors of foreign policy of this new government in Germany. Let me elaborate. On freedom, the war of aggression by Russia against Ukraine has fundamentally altered the strategic environment. The aggressions from Russia are not confined to Ukraine. Russia's threats extend across the entire eastern flank to NATO and the European Union. They are felt throughout the Baltic Sea. We are witnessing an increasing number of hybrid threats and military posturing, all aimed at destabilizing our democracies and at undermining our fundamental values. This is why strengthening our collective defense, reinforcing NATO's eastern flank and European defense readiness is not only a question of security. It is a matter of remaining free countries in Europe. On security, Germany recognizes its responsibility as a leading member of NATO and the European Union, and we deliver on our commitments in all domains. In the air with Eurofighters for air policing, at sea with ships patrolling the Baltic Sea, and at land with troops deployed at the eastern flank. And we do this in new domains, especially in cyberspace. Our resolve is most visible demonstrated by the deployment of the German brigade to Lithuania, a significant and historic undertaking. And I want to thank you wholeheartedly for the close cooperation and the hospitality to our soldiers. On prosperity, Germany and Lithuania share the objective to enhance European cooperation on armaments and to strengthen our collective resilience. On 4th of November, Germany and Lithuania celebrate a groundbreaking ceremony of Rheinmetall's ammunition factory in central Lithuania. This is a perfect example of our close defense industry cooperation with a direct economic impact in the region. Overall, our security cooperation serves the purpose to preserve economic growth and stability in our neighborhood. Let me conclude by saying the challenges we face together are significant. This forum provides a great opportunity to deepen our common understanding, to strengthen our cooperation, and to reaffirm our commitment to a secure and prosperous Europe. Let us use these occasions to reaffirm our resolve to strengthen our partnership and to defend the values that we hold dear. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now I would ask my friend, Ambassador Davidas Matulionis, and let me introduce him a bit. I'm the first generation of diplomats produced in Vilnius University, but we joined the Foreign Service in '93. Davidas was there from '91. He is among those 20 people who created the Foreign Ministry. He was ambassador more or less everywhere, including NATO, Denmark, Germany, 2012-17. He served in more or less all Nordic countries. He served in more or less all offices, most important offices, not only Foreign Ministry, but President Office now, also Prime Minister's Office, also Prime Minister Kubilius. That's very important. So Davidas is an incarnation of Lithuanian diplomacy. Please, Davidai.
Thank you very much, Žygi, for such an introduction. Labą dieną, guten Morgen. Verzeihen Sie mir, sehr geehrte Teilnehmer des Forums, ich werde meine Rede auf Englisch halten und meinerseits zuerst meine Aufrichtung.
Dear colleagues, I will be speaking English. Today we mark the 20th anniversary of the Lithuanian-German Forum. This is an important birthday.
We live in unpredictable and dangerous times. As Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, recently said, "We are not at war, but we are not at peace either." Only remedy we can see in this regard. We must strengthen both national defense and NATO's collective defense, and do it quickly and resolutely. We cherish our commitments to NATO and the European Union as guarantors of our security. Lithuania stands ready to take part in the collective defense with pride and confidence. The government presented to Seimas approval the most ambitious defense budget in the history of Lithuania, the biggest share of GDP, namely 5.38% devoted to defense. This is the highest commitment among all allies. It's an investment into our freedom and independence. I appeal to all members of Seimas across all political parties to show once more time a national unity on this extremely important subject. I will not forget the day in June 2023, just a week before NATO summit in Vilnius, when Minister Pistorius announced decision to deploy on the permanent basis full-fledged Bundeswehr brigade in Lithuania in 2027. That was a major news in Lithuania and internationally. That was a strong message to Russia. That was the best proof and sign of change, beacon of Zeitenwende. Our strongest commitment to the eastern flank of NATO. Still, it is the strongest commitment. Who could believe that is feasible a few years ago? We still not always are capable to fully assess all tectonic changes of security policy in Germany in recent years. It's worth mentioning a gradual transformation from Wandel durch Handel, building partnership with Russia approach towards robust deterrence and defense policy. Even the German constitution was changed for this purpose. Just to remind to all that Germany was capable in a very short time to get rid of dependence on Russian fossil fuels. Germany today provides the biggest military support to Ukraine among all allies. I'm really impressed to hear that next year German military support to Ukraine will reach 11.5 billion euros. Last but not least, roughly 120 billion euros, or 2.9% of GDP, will be invested to defense. By far, the biggest defense budget among all allies, of course, except the United States. What does it say to us? You know the famous saying, why NATO was born? Namely, to keep Russians out, Americans in, and Germans down. This notion should be slightly modified now. New European security architecture is getting shape, and we very much welcome much higher profile of Germany in shaping future security of Europe. It's also a message to our US ally about German readiness to lead Europe, to take stronger responsibility for European security within NATO. Burden shifting from America to Europe is inevitable, but American sustained military presence in Europe, including and especially in Lithuania, remains a key priority for a long run. In this vein, we should concentrate on strengthening of European dimension within NATO. Our non-EU allies, I will mention a few of them, United Kingdom, Norway, and Turkey, is also Europe. The European Union should complement NATO. We should not fall into the trap of duplication of efforts. Clear division of labor and close coordination between NATO and the EU is necessary. Talking about EU strategic autonomy in defense is misleading and at least not doable for a certain time. The European Union is still not fully in the position to build strong deterrence without the United States' presence. Nevertheless, the new wind of changes is blowing from the European Union. The European Union, under the leadership of von der Leyen and Commissioner Kubilius, is making a fantastic job in raising the importance of defense policy within the European Union, encouraging the member states to invest more in defense, suggesting 1.5 escape clause of financing defense, also creating new, very important instruments, safe and EDIP instruments, which will be very important in stepping up our defense efforts and boosting European defense industry development. We also should be grateful for the ambitious plans to increase financing for defense and military mobility projects in the new multi-annual financial framework. Besides, our great appreciation to the 4 European Union flagship projects in defense. On the other hand, defense plans, existing military chain of command, military capability targets is the sole responsibility of NATO. Coherent, coordinated approach, but not strategic autonomy in defense is the right approach in current situation. Task of today is closer NATO-EU cooperation. Germany is not doing its part, but also sending message to other allies. Europe must be ready to defend itself. We do not have much time. Unfortunately, in the world of today, only military power is respected and feared by our foes and peer competitors. Old saying, if you want peace, prepare for war, fits very well to the realities of the current geopolitical situation. Territorial expansion and reaching political goals with military means is an inseparable part of Russian foreign policy. It's hardly to be changed in the foreseeable future. Russia should be contained and deterred by our robust collective defense policy. We applaud German plans to build strongest conventional forces in Europe, to assign big military units to Supreme Allied Commander in Europe, who doesn't know the abbreviation, and the NATO force model in the new regional defense plans, especially for defense of Central and Eastern Europe. Heavy armored Bundeswehr brigade in Lithuania is an important piece in the mosaic of the new NATO policy based on forward defense principle, which was approved in Vilnius summit. Back to real collective defense policy, which was the cornerstone of NATO before 1990. Besides, we consider this decision also as a strong bilateral commitment to Lithuanian defense. As Speaker of Seimas, I also want to quote Chancellor Friedrich Merz, "The security of Lithuania is also our security. The protection of Vilnius is the protection of Berlin," end of quote. On our part, we have to do our homework on host nation support. Our commitment is clear. We are building the necessary infrastructure for housing and training of Bundeswehr Brigade. It's the biggest single project in Lithuanian history, around 1.8 billion euro. Everything is on track. Construction works proceed even ahead of schedule. I can only assure our German friends that the President considered it as the highest priority and will pay maximum attention to the timely implementation of Lithuanian commitment to be ready to host full-size brigade latest at the end of 2027. Ladies and gentlemen, let me touch upon one more subject. Bundeswehr Brigade, Rheinmetall's entry into Lithuanian economy, extensive bilateral economic and trade relations, very positive attitude on Germany in Lithuanian society provides us unique chance to elevate our bilateral relations to a qualitatively new level. Well, a lot depends on good knowledge of German. First and foremost, I have in mind positioning of German language in Lithuania. It's not only a political, but very practical necessity. We should work on the extensive national program for the promotion of German language in Lithuania. It is unjustifiable that learning of German language is not improving in spite of very clear demand in the society, in our economy, in our relationship. We need concrete legal and practical actions. Everything is in the hands of the government. We all should understand the complexity and importance of deepening relations with Germany in the long run in current geopolitical situation. Let's make German the second most popular after English language in Lithuania. We need proper international German schools, as we have English and French. We need to enhance German teaching, at least in some selected schools in Lithuania. We must strengthen German philology in Lithuanian universities to help Russian language teachers, for those who are interested, of course, to re-educate as German language teachers, to promote in Lithuania a very successful German model of dual vocational training that would be assistance to our economy and our labor market, establish closer cooperation programs between technical and engineering universities. These are just few examples which came to my mind, but this is not the end of possible solutions. Is it doable? Everything is possible, just political will is needed. We should not simply forget our historical roots and experience. More than 500 years being geographical neighbors, German was the most widely used foreign language in Lithuania. Germany, in a way, contributed to our independence in 1918, being the first country recognizing our independence in March 1918. Symbolically, only one remaining original independence declaration of 16th of February is in the diplomatic archive of Auswärtiges Amt. Last but not least, Saxony's regiment fought shoulder to shoulder together with our volunteer army to defend the newly born Lithuanian state against Bolsheviks in 1919 and 1920. Well, and finally, final conclusion, I believe in the future of our relations. We can trust Germans, and message to our German friends, you can trust Lithuanians. Thank you. Thank you. Vielen Dank.
Wow, it was a speech of a really former ambassador to Germany, and you will never take ambassadors from us. We always stay like that. Okay, now we move to the discussion phase. We have those who are registered in the program, but those who want to contribute to the debate, please raise your hands or tags, anything, and we will debate it later. So now we move to the discussion, and we start the discussion with my boss, chairman of Foreign Affairs Committee, Social Democrat, also former ambassador, žinokit, geriau nuo čia, nuo vietos visi, former ambassador in Moscow, in Sweden, and actually, let's continue with birthdays. That's his actual birthday today. So happy birthday, chairman, and I have a... This is a book about Lithuanian power that comes from unity of different political forces working together. So, please, Remigijau.
Ačiū labai.
Thank you, Speaker of the Seimas, Minister, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, colleagues, ambassadors. We have a lot of ambassadors here today, and of course, dear members and guests, dear participants and guests of this conference, on behalf of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I'm glad to address you here in this conference. And when we talk about international cooperation, these events are very important. These events are very important when it comes to events that are held together with Germany. And since it's my birthday, I would like to tell you a story. When my grandpa came back from deportation in Siberia, he was raising us in patriotic spirit, and he would tell me, be like a German. And I asked him, what does it mean? My grandpa said that it means that you need to do everything correct, to be, not to give up, and to be resolute. And during the Soviet time, the example of Germany was an inspiration. We had our shared history and so on and so forth. And Lithuania learned a lot from Germany. And during the Soviet time, just like the Swedes, we did not, people did not know what is on the east of the Baltic Sea, which was then called the Baltic Pond. So the Germans were an example for us as we restored our independence. We've heard, we talk about challenging times, and in foreign policy, we jump from one priority to another. We have the influence of China, North Korea, Russia. We lack unity in the European Union when it comes to the joining of Moldova, Ukraine, and similar things. For this reason, a partnership is very important. In our committee, we talk about priorities and our strategic partners, and our government program highlights the fact that Germany is one of the most important strategic partners for us. When it comes to economic, cultural cooperation, cooperation in technology, education, yes, Germany is one of our most important partners because it's a close, it's a trustworthy partner. When we talk about cooperation between countries, regional cooperation is important. And a lot of regions here in Lithuania have good relations with separate regions of Germany, and it has a positive impact on our regional development. Ambassador Davidas spoke about language. We're grateful for Germany, not only for the language, but also for the fact that our immigrants who fled to Germany in 1940, they received asylum, including our former president Valdas Adamkus. There's a Lithuanian school in Gutenfeld that is still working today, and I have visited the school many a time. I would agree with Davidas, and I would like to encourage members of the Seimas. And in 1993 and 1997, I was working in the Ministry of Education, and when we had a rule that at least of 50% of foreign language learning should be in German, and today we are refusing to learn the Russian language as a second foreign language. However, a lot of cities are focusing on the Spanish language, and they're saying that the second foreign language should be the Spanish language. Yes, new priorities. We need to learn Spanish as well. This is a needed language. Germany is a good example of enthusiasm. When the war in Ukraine started in 2022, I was visiting the German Social Democrats and the then Minister of National Defense in Germany, and she said that they did not have the equipment because they have been living in peace for 50 years and we have not been focusing on acquiring weapons. But just several years have passed, but we can see how Germany boosted its military industry and managed to support Ukraine. The German brigade is going to be present here in Lithuania, and the Lithuanian society appreciates it. My single-member constituency is in Vilnius, in Fabijoniškės, where the German school is opened. And people, the Lithuanians, were asking me what could they do in order to make life better for the German soldiers and their children here in Vilnius. It shows that our society understands the value of Germany's commitment to deploy the brigade in Lithuania. Germany is one of our strongest partners in the European Union and NATO, so thank you for your help. We appreciate our cooperation, and I would like to encourage our relations at all levels possible. In December, 2 committees of our Seimas are going to establish ties with our German counterparts, and I wish for our relations to get stronger and for us to understand each other even better.
Thank you so much. That was a real birthday speech, really, and you see, we love Germans here. From in all the parties, and you've been our neighbors. And as Chairman said, we are coming in the first days of December, like 2 committees, to have some meetings there. And one day, I hope Speaker will also come. Please help him to open all the doors in Bundestag at the Speaker level. Now we move to Foreign Ministry. Ms. Katalina Kulas, she is representing German Federal Office, Foreign Federal Office, EU Department. I was also EU Director some time ago, so that was exactly when we created the forum. So I'm so honored to have you here, and maybe you can brief us on the stage of our bilateral relations, first of all, how you see it from your side, but also maybe reflect on some of the points mentioned by my chairman. For example, Ukrainian accession talks with Europe. It's stuck. What we shall do with Hungarians in this case, because we are really fed up with it. We cannot take that hope from Ukrainians. It's already not, it's already problematic with NATO membership, as we know we have to work with Washington. But if we will be blocking EU perspective for them, this is outrageous. This is not acceptable. Sorry to provoke you too much. Please, Director.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador Pavlionis, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here, so thank you for the invitation and opportunity. I'm responsible for bilateral relations with the EU member states, not so much for the European issues, but of course bilateral and European is one in our world. You talked a lot about Germany as a source of inspiration and giving an example. We tend to rather see it the other way around, and you have just have a look at this picture and you see what I'm talking about, and we have heard it in some of the interventions already. So I'm happy to be here and to get some very concrete inspiration for my work also on the bilateral relations with your country. And I'm happy to see so much enthusiasm about it here in this event. I would like to pick up where State Minister Hahn left off in his video statement and talk about a slightly broader perspective on security and add some aspects on 3 issues. He talked about strengthening our cooperation and partnership bilaterally. He talked about reaffirming our commitment to a strong and prosperous Europe. And finally, he talked about defending European values. I would like to add on these 3 points. Firstly, on strengthening the bilateral cooperation. Of course, the brigade is a very prominent symbol for our close bilateral ties. It is really the project of our cooperation. But we also have very strong economic and ties and ties between our 2 societies. We are hopeful that this intense cooperation that we are having now on security and defense can further strengthen the ties in these other areas. Germany is among Lithuania's most important trading partners. You all know that Commerzbank opened an office here as first business bank in the Baltics only last year. We have the heavy investment of Rheinmetall into the ammunition factory. We have a heavy investment too of a medium-sized company, Homanitz, wood panel factory south of Vilnius. And we have simultaneously Lithuanian companies operating very successfully in Germany, in the digital area, for instance. I learned only some days ago that the app of Berlin's public transport network is actually powered by Trafi, which is a Lithuanian company. And it's not only this, also Vinted, which is a very popular app, not only popular, but it also serves a higher purpose since it supports a circular economy in fashion industry, which is estimated to contribute up to 10% of global greenhouse emissions. So this is really a good thing. It's very popular in Germany, and that is also Lithuanian. Also, the VPN provider, which I'm using, is Lithuanian, NordVPN. All these are very good examples for us in Germany. And these closer economic ties also bring our societies closer together. You all know that since 10 years already we are working together in the Resilience Initiative, and there too we bring together actors and representatives of the so-called civil society. In my speaking points, I have one point which says that we hope that this general interest in Germany will also translate into an interest in German as foreign language. And I'm very satisfied and happy to see that this interest is already there and that you are supporting it very actively. Thank you very much for that, and thank you very much for taking the title of today's event in the common language in a very literal sense of the word. I was interpreting it in a more symbolic way, so I was happy to see that the interest in our language is here. So I hope that next year's edition will be not in English but in Lithuanian and German. Second aspect, the shared goal of a strong and prosperous Europe. We need a strong Europe that is ready and also capable to act. And this is where enlargement comes into play. Of course, we want to remain open to all our neighbors that share our common values, that respect rule of law, and that will contribute to the strength of the European Union. And no, unfortunately, I don't have the solution for the blockade that we currently see by Hungary, but we have to work on it. Together with the enlargement, we must also inspire a new dynamic in the parallel process of EU reform. And I'm not only referring to the institutional reform, but we must make the European Union fit for the future. This is also about finances. We are currently debating the new multi-annual financial framework, and of course it has to be designed in a way that enables us to invest into priorities like security and defense, but also competitiveness. We have to strengthen our global partnerships. We have to pursue the trade agreements, such as with Mercosur, to diversify our economic relations and stimulate growth. And this is very important for Germany as a net contributor to the European Union, and it's also very important in order to enable us to keep on supporting Ukraine. Finally, third area which I wanted to talk about, defending European values. We witness concerted efforts by Russia, but also from inside our societies, to undermine our democratic societies through disinformation campaigns, through cyber attacks, through political interference. This erodes trust in our institutions. And we must, of course, meet this risk, this threat with a firm and united response. I've already mentioned the Resilience Initiative. We have been working within this framework for 10 years already. One of the objectives of the Resilience Initiative is to increase media literacy, which seems very important to us. And we are currently recalibrating the initiative to make it fit for future challenges. And I would like to add, we must change the orientation of this initiative. You are inspiring us. You are giving a very good example on resilience of societies, and Germany can learn from you there. However, this initiative is only a small contribution. At core is that it is essential to raise consciousness that the whole European project is based on our shared values. Without our shared values, we are nothing. We need rule of law, we need the individual freedoms, we need protection from discrimination, because this is what this war is about. This is what Russia is threatening. If we want to protect our way of life and our European project, we have to invest a lot on this area of defending European values. Maybe I leave it here. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much. And now, with huge pleasure, I want to present also my former boss, my former speaker, Grandmaster of chess. She was the leader I really loved to work for because she was the first speaker of Lithuania who traveled to Taiwan. She was uniting the liberal democratic world against autocracies. That is still, of course, under attack, and I will maybe provoke you a bit, the speaker, for example. Well, on Russia, it seems we're kind of united, at least in Europe. On China, well, 50-50, I would say. But even Belarus today, I'm provoking now my Polish brothers and sisters. You know, we are closing the border because we are trying to resist hybrid attacks from Lukashenko, but Poles are opening the border. So what about the unity of democracies against the autocracies? Sorry.
Thank you, Žygis, Your Excellency Speaker, Excellencies Ambassadors, dear parliamentary friends, colleagues, honorable guest participants. It's really a pleasure to be here. First of all, of course, congratulations on the anniversary. It is an amazing effort, really testament to the friendship, to the cooperation of the two countries that has led to great results already, and I am sure will lead further. Žygis, on your question, I would say that no, I would argue about our very united position towards even Russia, as Russia is clawing its way back into different, common tables, and that with the war of attrition going on, continuing, it's bound to be more difficult to oppose. And with Belarus, unfortunately, we have seen Lukashenko referred to as president, something that has not been the case for a while, and is definitely not the case in Lithuania, but that has been happening and ringing very wide across the globe, but also, I think, echoing painfully here in Vilnius, where we have people who have escaped prison, torture. Some of the people who are staying here in Lithuania, representative of civil society, of journalists, of course, of media. Their family members are imprisoned, and it is hard, it is painful to hear this kind of comeback, and this particular figure being lifted again into something of a mediator between important powers. So I would say several things. I see a big point and purpose of uniting around. It is obvious that our cooperation in Europe now, the cooperation among liberal democracies, is very important. But we cannot cooperate effectively if we ourselves are standing on something that feels like running sand. We have to have very firm fundament. And protecting that fundament is an effort that takes everyone to participate. I would almost argue that it is too serious a thing, too serious a theme to be left to politicians alone, because we are bound by, even the most strategic of us are bound by political cycles. That is the reality of politics. Therefore, it is so important that at this forum we have representatives of civil society, of academia, of business, who are also just as invested in that, in protecting our common ground, our liberal democracies. And that, of course, I think is one of the running themes, one of the things that we have to double, triple our efforts in doing. As European countries allocate more and more funds into defense, I'm very proud of Lithuania's effort here. It is a great example. We are setting a good example, and I really don't mind praising our coalition for that, despite being in opposition. This is an important step. But again, we are bound to face domestic opposition as certain funds are relocated from social welfare, from social needs. This simply is how it goes. And there we will need a lot of effort into reversing the trend, politicians or maybe some movements and projects riding the wave of unhappiness of people, that more and more funds are going into defense, and some other needs, also critical, but perhaps slightly a notch less critical, are being deprioritized. So here again we have to go to the basics. What is it that we are defending? Why is liberal democracy so important? And of course, I think it would be tempting but wrong to just say that our internal oppositions are just a result of Russia's malign interference. Of course, there is a bit of that. or a lot of that, depending on the country. In Lithuania, of course, we have been a subject of this for a while, but there is also a trend of populism, of radicalism, and we have two very important, arguments going for us. Liberal democracy still has the majority of European people supporting it, perhaps supporting quietly, supporting not very loudly, not necessarily going into the streets, but we have the mandate still, and it's very important to keep it. And another thing is, of course, the European values that have been mentioned here before. They are so strong, they give so much, they are so resilient that we have a chance taking the strength from them to withstand these pressures. But for that, of course, we need cooperation between the countries. We need cooperation between think tanks, different parties cooperating and really strengthening each other across the board, looking forward to a difficult, complicated, challenging future, but I really don't want to sound too pessimistic talking about that. And on the last note, as a speaker, I remember that every meeting with German colleagues, I used to start with a phrase, and I'm sure that His Excellency Ambassador will remember that we need more Germany in Lithuania and more Lithuania in Germany. So I'm really glad that with each meeting, with each conference, we see this growing, and I'm really sure that it will continue to be so. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, so much. And I'm really sure that current speaker will continue all those efforts. And also thank you for another historic thing that we did together, because from now on NATO has a speakers format meeting before each NATO summit. It started in Vilnius and it continues. Now I would love to have a word from Roderick Kiesewetter. Well, I'm diplomat in politics, he's a military in politics. He's a great soldier, and to be honest, he was the first to scream and shout in more or less what Lithuanians were always telling in Berlin. And I know that not everybody likes it in Berlin. You know, what do you think now? Is it really happening? Is Berlin moving to the dream you had? And Roderick served not only in Bundeswehr, in general staff, he served in NATO, he was leading the command. You know, you tell all those stories. Please, Roderick.
Thank you very much indeed, dear friends and colleagues, dear excellencies, dear Mr. Speaker Olekas, dear Sigis. I just would like to say, Victoria, you spoke out of the depth of my heart when you mentioned the necessity to bring our societies together and to build upon a stable society. And due to the fact that we talk about common language and common leadership, I believe that it is of utmost importance to understand the differences, to find a common way. And it's not always easy to be Cassandra or Tiresias, but everything came true, which we talked about in 2014, in 2016, in 21, and then since 22. But it doesn't help to be a better knower. It is very necessary to look ahead so that we are not again surprised by that what some of us smell, the sense of urgency. And the sense of urgency shows that Germany has become a security provider. We are now giving back what we have received in the 80s, in the 70s. So we received security from our NATO partners. And now today, with this great engagement for this brigade, we are trying to give something back. But this brigade should not be an excuse for a shrinked engagement for Ukraine, for example. We need, as the largest economy of Europe, we need to invest more. I give you an example. Your country is investing nearly 2% of your GDP for the military assistance of Ukraine. My country has doubled it from 0.1% of the GDP to 0.2% this year and probably 0.3% next year. So if Germany was to invest 0.5%, it would ease the budget in your country, in the Baltic states, and the Scandinavian states. Denmark, for example, also is investing 2% of the GDP. So the investment for Ukraine in Germany costs the German taxpayer 50 euros a year. And the investment for the Ukrainian refugees in Germany costs the Ukrainian refugees cost the German taxpayer about 200 euros a year. So if we reverse it, we wouldn't invest more, but we would invest more in Ukraine instead of in our own country. So there is some chance. But due to the fact that Oliver Mowinski, yesterday evening, the head of the Adenauer Foundation here, has encouraged us also to make some proposals, I would like to give some ideas. Like Ambassador Matulionis has mentioned, the unique chance of a more qualitative new level. So, for example, I mentioned the budget issue, but I would also say this would mean to invest more in the first line of defense of Europe, that's Ukraine. To avoid that the second line of defense, like Lithuania, is then at stake in some years. Putin will not wait until 29 until we are, as our defense minister is saying, warfit, kriegstüchtig. He will not wait. And he will not go to the public and tell them 29, all our endeavor was in vain. So we have to be very clear that within the next 2 years, Russia might challenge us because we will need the next 2 years to not be challenged any longer by Russia. So the next 2 years are at stake. And I believe there are some chances what we could do. So first of all, the sense of urgency, which is present in the NB8 and in Poland, should be the state of the art of our common endeavor in all Europe. And the German function is a kind of hinge function, also to make it clear to Portugal, Spain, sometimes also Italy and Greece, to understand what is at stake: peace, freedom, and self-determination for the whole European Union. And it is at stake the transatlantic cooperation. Because the United States, we need them for the nuclear umbrella, but Trump has chosen sides. He is team multipolarity. And he is expecting us to invest more in our own security, to have leeway for further investment in the Indo-Pacific, as Gabrielis Landsbergis mentioned it yesterday and General von Sandrart. I believe we should understand, don't wait for the Americans, invest in our own security to show the Americans that we have understood to take over more burden, and that we are clarifying to our own population, to confront them with the truth that we are under pressure from Russia. They are testing us out. And there are people who believe in negotiations. And there are people who believe that we need not invest much more in our defense because sometimes Russia see that it is better to negotiate. But what does this mean for Ukraine? So we need to understand that Russia is testing us, and that we therefore have to better inform our societies, as Victoria mentioned. So I would like to conclude with some ideas. As requested by Oliver Mowinski, for example, to merge the Baltic and Eastern Sentry missions and turn them from observation missions into defense missions. Second, each Russian aircraft has to be seen not as an accident, but as a potential threat. I do not request to shoot them down, but to make clear to Russia that we cannot accept this violence by silence. Third, we could accelerate the establishment of our brigade because we are declaring, or we could declare, if further aggression is visible, a kind of state of emergency in Germany to introduce a booster for the arms industry or to improve our conscription or conscript army, which already is in the working process, but in a state of tension, we could really increase it overnight. So we have to prepare to avoid to do this overnight by better preparation and explanation to the population. Furthermore, we will spend, now we are spending less than 2% for our defense this year. Next year it will be 2.2%. We will increase it to 3% by 2030. So also to communicate that we are on a good approach. We invested last year 50 2 billion euros, this year 58 billion euros for our defense, next year 80 billion euros. And this will be increased to 150 billion euros by 2030. But it shouldn't be more from the old. The armaments industry is present. We should invest in innovations and establish a lesson-learned cycle, a common lesson-learned cycle of Lithuania and Germany, together, for example, with blue-yellow, which we visited yesterday, so that we have an innovation, lesson learned and lesson identified process established in our armed forces and in our economy. And furthermore, to improve our own investment for Ukraine, which also should include high-precision, long-distance ammunition, and we should not exclude Taurus, especially if the Americans do not help with Tomahawk. We shouldn't exclude, we should, as our Chancellor said, rightly he was, to be ambiguous. So we could start training on Taurus, we could do this together with Sweden. This does not include to deliver Taurus, but it would be a political signal to Russia that we are willing to do more and that we are not calculable for them anymore because we don't combine the self-determined red lines and to a woven red carpet for Putin. So we should also give some red lines to Putin regarding our own defense. So I believe it is time to lead and time to speak with one voice. This means democracies must be willing to win a war to avoid to lose a war. And this means also a victory for peace, freedom, and self-determination in a common Lithuanian-German endeavor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Roderick. Now, Johannes, if you could, accept my little change in the program, I want to, to have a more lively debate. I want to ask my social democrat friend, and can I provoke you, Michael, also? Can I call you Roderick of Social Democrats? Because you are the most radical, and your great book, I try to understand it in Lithuanian, that's about the borders of fear, and you were never afraid. You've been traveling with me to Kiev, you've been speaking about the most difficult issues together, including about anti-Semitism in Lithuania, but also about Ukrainian invitation to NATO, when your chancellor said no in Vilnius. You remember, we remember. Now your chancellor is saying yes, that's great. So what can you tell from your perspective, Michael?
Thank you so much, Sigis. Roderick is unique, Michael is unique, but we are on the same page of history, and that is the good thing. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's a bit strange feeling to be back because I'm a has-been, I'm a former politician, I left politics in March, but it was very close to my heart to go back to France, because in my former capacity as politician and as member of government, I wasted too much time with so-called difficult partners, or even worse, assholes. So now to be among friends is good to recharge your batteries. Well, and thanks for the opportunity to share some observations and some ideas with you. And it's crystal clear, Russia remains Europe's greatest security threat, and I was very grateful to Mr. Landsbergis last night, who highlighted that Russia is not the only threat. We have to talk about China. We have to talk about the transatlantic relations. So that brings me to the second point. Germany has provided substantial funding, but lost valuable time. The Sondervermögen and the flexibilization of the debt brake finally create real financial room for maneuver. Germany is taking a decisive lead in Europe. Now other EU member states must also solve their own fiscal problems. But for years we ignored the warnings, especially from the Baltic states and Poland. Now the rule is no more excuses, security is costly and urgent. Germany's structures are part of the problem. The Bundeswehr isn't weak because of a lack of money, but because of bureaucracy, delay, and political indecision. A system resistant to reform for 20 years can't be fixed after 2 years of the Zeitenwende. If we continue like this, we won't only deliver too late, we will become unreliable. Without compulsory service, military service, Germany can't become defensively. This is a point we agree. I'm a bit isolated in my own party, but I'm free to mention this. The coalition has now agreed on a compromise regarding a new military service, but voluntarism alone isn't enough. We need a modern compulsory service for men and women, not out of nostalgia, but as a matter of principle. Freedom obliges. But realistically, this won't be achieved in the short term because the constitutional majorities are lacking. European Union. Anonymity in the EU protects the weakest. It paralyzes everyone else. Hungary blocks, Slovakia hesitates, others equivocate. Europe can no longer be dependent on Orban and Fico. Poland is becoming a concern again. France is an open flank. EU institutions can't act where member states refuse to act. Institutional reform is not coming anytime soon. Therefore, coalitions of the willing, coalitions of solidarity are necessary. And without Germany, without France, without Poland, also without the Baltics, it won't work. Otherwise, the EU will remain unable to act on security matters. Germany's political mentality is a strategic weakness. We like to believe that peace is a moral condition, not a political result. Our neighbors know better. In the face of violent dictatorships, peace is achieved through deterrence, or not at all. Germany must finally accept without strength, no peace. Without deterrence, no security. And so I very much hope that former political leaders of Germany not just visit Budapest, but also Vilnius, to listen to you and to reflect about own fundamental mistakes. We all have to pay a very, very high price. The struggle for Europe already takes place online. Russia, China infiltrate our debates with disinformation and conspiracy narratives. Populists amplify this intentionally and knowingly. Democratic spheres of debate must be protected like critical infrastructure. And I hope this is a common commitment for all of us in Europe, in free Europe. Eastern Europe was right, and we were wrong. The Baltic states, Poland, Czech Republic always assessed Russia correctly. Germany indulged in illusions and prioritized economic interests over security. Europe needs more Baltic clarity and less German self-deception. Europe is dangerously dependent on the United States. This dependence is military, political, and psychological. Since Obama, it has been very clear that the United States is shifting its strategic focus to the Indo-Pacific area. Trump has turned this shift into a threat. He would be willing to abandon Europe explicitly. Europe must finally grow up. But in the short term, we can't replace the conventional protection that the US provides for Europe. We won't escape this dilemma anytime soon, Trump or no Trump. Europe's defense industry is too small, too slow, too fragmented. We produce too little, too late, and at too high a cost. While Ukraine is fighting for survival, we debate procurement rules and export licenses. Europe needs a defense industrial union now, not in 2035. And we must become more flexible. Producing material that is outdated within 2 years or inferior to the enemy's equipment is pointless. And this is maybe my most important message. Populism is a security risk, not a fringe issue. The AfD in Germany openly spreads pro-Russian narratives. Le Pen wants a Europe that suits Putin. Farage calls Ukraine a distraction. Populists want a weak West, a weak EU, a weak Ukraine. If populists come to power in a major EU state, Europe's unity will collapse within weeks. And this is also a very controversial issue, I guess. Europe therefore needs a rapid and acceptable peace solution, but not on Putin's terms. Peace doesn't mean abandoning Ukraine. Peace means securing a sovereign, democratic European Ukraine permanently. A pacification that rewards Russia only guarantees the next war. Last but not least, China. China is Europe's greatest structural vulnerability. We have maneuvered ourselves into dangerous dependencies in raw materials, batteries, pharmaceuticals, solar production, and semiconductors. China isn't a partner at eye level, but a systemic rival that exploits our markets and our naivety. Beijing supports Russia politically and economically against our own interests. Europe needs diversification, the protection of critical technologies and technological sovereignty. Dependence on China is not an economic issue. It's a security risk of the highest order. A lot remains to be done, dear friends, because this is not just a clear message to political leaders, that must be also a clear message to business and economy in Germany and across Europe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael, for honesty and clarity, really. And now I would love to ask Johannes Volkmann to speak. When I met him, the youngest member of Foreign Affairs Committee, I was really surprised. He was so great. Well, when he started to criticize Hungary, I thought this is a Lithuanian speaking. And also I remember Russian assets. Well, we have to do something with that. You know, we are stuck in the council, maybe in December. So, and Johannes is one of the youngest leader of Junge Union. I like because they produced me in 92 and 93. So like a voice of a young generation. Johannes, what can you tell about this mess?
Well, thanks for the expectation management. I'm really glad to be here today, and you know, I feel a bit like with the school presentation. You know, there are 2 model students speaking in front of me, and now they can only go downhill from there. But I'll try my best. So, perhaps going back to the topic of today's discussion, we have, in order to talk in a united language, we have to unify our perception. You know, in language school, I always learned language learning starts with listening. And I think what most of my colleagues from Germany said today, that we've failed in the past in listening properly to our Baltic friends, to our Polish friends, helped Putin divide our perceptions. Threat perception in Germany was very different before February 24th, 2022 to what it was here. I grew up, I'm born in 1996. I grew up in a Europe where people were telling me there will never be a war in your lifetime. You know, that's something that's in black and white pictures in history books. I grew up in a school system that told me about the end of history and the inevitable triumph of liberal democracy over autocracy. And I think we've been fooled. We fooled ourselves. And you didn't, and I commend you for that, for your moral clarity and for your leadership on that. And I think that's why today, when we talk about starting speaking in a common language, it is for us to owe you an apology and to start to unify our perception around your analysis that was correct from the very beginning. I personally ran this February for my first time as a member of Parliament. And like Roderich, I was quite outspoken about the demands for doing more on Ukraine. Not as outspoken perhaps as he is sometimes, but still very outspoken. And I think the tide is turning. Among our electorate, and especially among the younger generation, there is increasing awareness that we will only prevail with peace through strength. Peace through appeasement is not an option. And I think we have to repeat that at every turn and at every discussion, that this is about securing peace. We must not surrender the term peace to Russia and their agents, because this is something that they try among European electorates. You know, there's the warmongers, and that we are so peace-loving. And we must tell them that the threat that the Third French Republic faced in the 30s, where so-called peace activists said, why die for Danzig, is the guaranteed path to conflict and war in Europe, and we will only secure peace if we rearm, if we ensure deterrence, and if we ensure that we can defend ourselves, so in the words of our Chancellor, that we do not have to defend ourselves. Germany is back, in his words, and what Friedrich Merz has said, and indeed there's a lot that we're doing at the moment. I think some of it has been said. But I want to caution us against complacency. I think we still have a long path to go. As of now, we are not defense ready. And as long as we are not defense ready, we have homework to do. And that goes both for material and personnel. And the other side is arming at a pace that I think we must not underestimate. And I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir here, but I just want to warn us against being self-complacent when it comes to these things. And that's why when we have to talk in substance about supporting Ukraine, we must not confine ourselves to symmetric responses, because Russia is acting asymmetrically. That means when it comes to Hungary blocking Ukraine's path to EU negotiations, we have to think outside the box. And if I look to the wording of Article 48, the Treaty of the European Union, nowhere in the verbatim document does it mention the requirement for unanimity for intermediate steps on accession. It only requires unanimity for the final decision on accession. And the question is, if we continue to self-impose constraints on our side that the other side does not, we will not prevail. And I would very much encourage the ECJ and others to look into this through perhaps a reasoned opinion, other tools that we have within European law, to find a reasonable and legally sound way on dealing with this problem. The same goes for Russian assets. I'm really grateful that my government has shown leadership on this. We must use frozen Russian assets to enable more support to Ukraine. I think Russia, it's a matter of moral justice, that those who cause damage pay for it, but also one of economic soundness in order to ensure that we have continuous majorities in our own electorates on these questions. Finally, yesterday we had I think, really interesting discussion at Konrad Adenauer Foundation about seizing the initiative. General Sandra talked at length about the necessity to seize the initiative when it comes to kinetic confrontation with Russia. I think we should also seize the initiative in hybrid spaces. At the moment, we are under constant, and I think you are much more, but still we in Germany also are an increasing target, Russian hybrid threats. Yet, to quote a think tanker from Berlin, it's like Russia slaps us in the face every day and we confine ourselves to take an aspirin so that it doesn't hurt. It's difficult to have that conversation because we are confined by the rule of law. So if Russia goes around murdering people in Tiergarten, of course the response of Western democracies cannot be to go around and assassinate people in Pushkin Park. But We need to think more about what we can do so that we have credible deterrence in hybrid spaces as well, because otherwise we will allow them to pocket gains that they otherwise would not have, and we will not secure peace through appeasement. As I said before, this is a question of our deterrence posture. Finally, I want to pick up a point that, that Michael said: theaters are interconnected. The situation in the Indo-Pacific is deeply linked to the situation here. If you look at where the components come from the drones that are violating European airspaces, if you look at the fact that North Korean soldiers are fighting on European soil. That is something that, for some reason, has just been accepted as some kind of normality, but I just want to highlight how insane this situation is, and that means we need a stronger European stance and posture when it comes to Indo-Pacific security questions, when it comes to our de-risking of supply chains and dependencies. We've had a rhetoric on de-risking, we have established rhetoric on de-risking, but very little actions. So we need urgently, with the same urgency that we decoupled ourselves from Russian gas and hydrocarbons, we need the same urgency when it comes to de-risking our supply chains on rare earths, on other critical minerals that our defense industry and our industrial complex needs to sustain our efforts in defending our own security and freedom. I'm really glad to be here, to having these conversations with you, and looking forward to many more to come. I think we are at a very interesting and difficult time, but the history of Lithuania proves that freedom is worthwhile, that it's worthwhile defending freedom, and that it's worthwhile to stand up for what is right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Johannes. And speaker has to leave. Thank you, speaker. But instead, we have a foreign minister who joined us just for 20 minutes. So, Rasa, I'm so sorry. Let us maybe the foreign minister take his statement. Please, use the podium and say everything what you want. Gali ne tenai, Kestai gražiau atrodys. Ar ne? Ar tau čia? Tiek geriau, ministras. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Dear members of parliament, dear ambassadors, your excellencies, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, I was prepared to come here to talk to friends about our relationship, what we have to do more in purpose to strengthen it and go in depth. But now, I'm here standing with the program speech, so to say. There are so many elements in our cooperation, and actually in this specific moment of time when we get more and more close and we have more and more intense visits back and forth to Germany and Lithuania, and when there is so many challenges, and a main challenge in front of us, of course, is to achieve the long-lasting peace in Europe. As an example of our intensified relations, I can mention that I'm leaving tonight to Berlin to be in Berlin Security Forum and to meet many colleagues there, including Minister of Foreign Affairs, Johan Vadefol. I'm really looking forward to discuss the things that we're also touching upon here today. So, in all this big spectrum, where I see we are right now with Germany, and then especially comparing to 1 year ago, I think, when we also had the discussion here at the Parliament, we have the new government, and then I, as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, had the task to establish the good working relations with the new government, with the new minister, and we already did it in the first weeks of it coming into force, remembering all the great visits that we had of Chancellor Merz here in Vilnius, of the defense minister, still waiting for Minister Vadefol to come to Lithuania, but knowing that he was frequent visitor here and also in his uniform, so that is soon to come naturally. But that is one of the only indicators where we are. looking into the calendar. The more important thing is what do we have in front of us and what we are discussing right now. And of course, starting bilaterally, the biggest project of ours currently, and both for Lithuania and for Germany, is to prepare everything, prepare our infrastructure, prepare our society, our institutions for this huge new stage of our cooperation, German brigade being deployed in Lithuania by the end of 2027. And we knew that it will be a big one. While we were still discussing how to implement it, and now with the decision that it will be fully presented here, and then people will come also with the families. Even in those discussions, we knew that it will take a lot of efforts from many ministries involved. But only by implementing, only by going in details, we see the scale of it, and it's huge. It starts from the language teaching, starts from the educational system, goes into the social welfare system, and then also to the real estate even market, and only then ending with all the huge infrastructure project that we have in Renginyje and in other areas. And what it means for our security policy, we knew it from the very beginning, because there will be more and more reasons for us to cooperate more closely and coordinate, as we do right now. We do it through multilateral platforms. We do it by phone. We're doing in the meetings. We're doing chatting in different groups to coordinate better. Because what we see right now that we need more unity, and also sometimes on purpose unity. Because something that was taken by granted in the beginning of 22, now seeing the processes within the European Union, we see how much extra effort is needed to achieve this unity and to show the strength in it. Personally, I was, also a bit skeptical each time when I heard someone talking about the unity and solidarity. I saw that, okay, let's be, united and everything. It's nice, it's better like this. But now I see the real added value and strength in it, and I'm a true believer in it. We have to go into details sometimes and in depth into the discussions. We have to go into some compromises with each other, just to be united. And then I see the huge element and huge driving force of Germany in doing this, in bringing this unity, coming with weight, coming with strength, and coming with huge responsibility for what is happening in Europe, what concerns security. And I see a bilateral part in it. As we are coordinated and as we are aligned in our positions, it helps us also to amplify those positions elsewhere. And then what we are talking about when we talk about unity and in which field it has to be foremost, that is common understanding where is the biggest challenge now, right now in Europe. Of course, we are challenged by our economic situations. Each capital is now in the process of the budget making, and we know how difficult it is. But where is even more important right now is to keep the security in Europe through strengthening positions of Ukraine, through assisting Ukraine and helping Ukraine to survive this aggression against her. And looking into the next year, those strong voices that I hear from Germany and that commitment for the pledge for the next year and its support, this is what we need. We need those strong examples and purpose to be led by example. We did our share, Lithuania, with 0.25% of GDP commitment for 10 years. It is already pre-programmed in our next year's budget, but we need strong voices and strong countries showing where all the Europe has to go, in which direction. And this is what we have to do, to increase our contributions. Otherwise we're in trouble. Of course, we have the alternative source that is frozen assets, and the very delicate and elegant way as European Commission proposed to us all how to proceed further with reparation loan. And I'm really happy that Germany supports this way forward, because we need still to convince our friends that is the way. Because otherwise, without the frozen assets, with limited budget allocations, Ukraine won't receive enough, and we know the number what they need. And only for war efforts, that's more than 60 billion euros next year. When we include on top of it macroeconomical finance, when we include on top of it everything that is needed for the industries to be developed, and including the defense industry, that will be even more. And we know that will go beyond 100 billion. Who will pay for it? And we have American friends agreeing to supply military equipment and weaponry, but not give it in kind, and not provide with the financial part of it. We will have to pay. Europeans will have to pay for it, and we have to step up. So this is one very strong message from Lithuania as we are ending already this autumn. But when I see the German leadership in setting the tone and showing the example, I'm more convinced that we will make it. And then on this page, I see that we absolutely on the same line. So this is important. Where else is important, of course, is to increase our defenses. And it's not only about bilaterally or regionally that what we are doing, but it's also what we are doing within NATO. And the speed of increase of defense spending for the next year, that we are showing, that Germany is showing, they send two a bit different but similar messages. We say that we are serious on the front line, and frontline nations are the first ones that have to be strengthened and show their resilience in purpose to our deterrence to be effective. And we will. That's why we will have the largest number of defense investment for the next year in the whole free world. With other Baltic friends, with Latvia and Estonia, that also about to reach around 5%, we will show the regional leadership. What Germany is showing in this perspective with 2.85 or so, still in a discussion percent, that it's not only for the small countries to achieve. I hear this argument, oh, you are small, that's, it means you are more flexible. No, but when we're talking about the relative size, that shouldn't matter. And it's difficult for everyone to do. But when we're talking about the huge economic machine, huge power in Europe, Germany doing this, I cannot see the counter-arguments coming from some other places that it is impossible. It is possible. And this is what you have to do. If you are not about to follow frontline nations, follow Germany in doing this. There's third area where we are very like-minded and where we can support each other. That's our transatlantic position. That's the strong understanding that we have to cooperate with the United States. We are allies. And when we say we are allies in all the fields, not only in this ally and in this we are adversary. It cannot be like this. It should be everywhere, including trade policies, including economic security policies. We have to include more and more of the United States, even when we hear some of the more skeptical voices. And I'm really happy that Germany is also leading this pro-Atlantic camp within Europe. That's what we need, within the broader understanding. What it would mean for Europe to organize its defense, collective defense without the United States. What it would mean for Europe's voice in the world. And on top of it, even paradoxically it may sound, without this transatlantic relation, we are weakening the perspective of geopolitical Europe that we all believe in. We need a strong body, strong international actor that would matter in the world, that would set the global policies in the world. And those policies will be more similar to the United States than to the adversaries of ours. Or do we want the international arena being organized by the Chinese standards and Chinese understanding of global security, global connectivity, and global whatever they think that suits them? So that is why we are very much aligned into this one. And a fourth area, that is the international law and international standards and international fundaments of our system. That is respect to sovereignty, respect to territorial integrity, that is respect to the human rights. And related to it, that is accountability for each and every case if those principles were challenged and were breached and were violated. So in this perspective, with the strong moral base of German policy, I have no doubts that we are also not only aligned but also allies in what we're doing here. So that is related to the special tribunal, and that is related to each case when Russia violated international humanitarian law, committed war crimes. I'm convinced that neither Lithuania nor Germany would allow someone to forget what happened there. And we will go to the very end, to each individual, and also the country will be brought into accountability for it. So this is the broad spectrum coming from our bilateral cooperation. When we are looking into the other areas than foreign and security policy, when we are looking into the economic cooperation, into the cultural cooperation, there is the same trend in expansion. And it means that there will be more and more people involved into it. And I'm convinced that there will be more and more people in this room, and maybe the room will be another one, a larger one, and there will be more German understanding and involved into different, with Germany projects, people in many ministries and fields. And I'm talking about the economy. I'm really happy that we have finally broke the ground with the factory for ammunition, with Rheinmetall. We know that there are other companies establishing here, Quantum Systems and the others, that see the future also in cooperation with growing defense industry of Lithuania, 20% each year. And it's still up. So it will be a big one. And we naturally need someone with the long history and long traditions in the defense industry. And this is how these synergies are created. And especially when we see that weaponry and some systems that are already procured are coming from Germany, so there will be the natural need to cooperate for us even more. Same with other areas. And with areas that are really technology intensive and that need cooperation. So when we are looking into our map for the economic diplomacy targets, so to say, where we are expanding, we always have this choice between the width and between the depth. So what concerns Germany, depth is the priority. So that's why we established this year our consulate in Munich. That's why we are looking into the additional positions for economic cooperation. We see the great opportunities there. And the final point, and the one that I will talk with my colleague minister day after tomorrow, that is the cultural cooperation and cultural exchange. For Lithuania, being the presidency of European Council in 2027, we put some of the priority countries, of course Germany first of them, the ones where we want to be also present with our culture, with our achievements, also in science, and we want to have it on exchange basis. So also we want to have more Germany in Lithuania. And then in Germany, we orient ourselves into lands, where we will work out the very detailed programs where we'll be present, and that will be, once again, for the better understanding of us all, for better understanding of Lithuania, and especially in those families and in those circles which will be directly involved with us. So the families that sent their loved ones for service here within the German brigade, and the ones that will relocate their lives even to Lithuania. So that's we see it's a very important task to tell our story, to tell who we are, about what we are, what we believe, what we create, and what future we share together with Germany. So thank you all for gathering here. I'm really happy that we have these events here and also in Germany, and I'm really looking forward to not only next year, but going in depth in everything that I just mentioned. Thank you all.
And Minister has like 1 minute or two left, and his friend General wanted to say something from his heart. Please, General. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. So first of all, congratulations. Good to see you again. Last time we met in the presidential office, I was still in charge of MNC Northeast, and you were in charge of advising your president. I underline everything what I have heard yesterday, and that is a good continuum of yesterday evening's discussion. I want to bring up two additional points, and I'm very grateful that you mentioned the cultural change, which I will conclude my remarks with. First of all, you very kindly praise the German contribution to Lithuanian security. I experience as a commander of MNC Northeast that this is a two-way road. So it's not only Germany contributing to the security of Lithuania, it is Lithuania contributing to the security of the three Baltic states and the northeastern flank with its outstanding armed forces, with its commitment. And I still remember when we decided that you take an active part in multinational Core Northeast by becoming the fourth framework nation. And meanwhile, you have a flag officer in the headquarters in Stettin, your former chief of land forces. So I think that is a complementary engagement of two nations that give a good example how strong a family of Europeans can be within Europe on equal terms. And I think we speak about partnership a lot, and the difference between partnerships is it the partnership that is rather constituted by big brother telling small brother what to do? Or is it a partnership, no matter what the size of the societies and capacities, it's the understanding that unites, and it is a partnership on equal terms, and everybody can contribute to that. And that's what I experienced greatly here in Vilnius. And lastly, I want to quote my Afghan general that I accompanied in 2011. And I accompanied him in 26 operations. And his statement was, I don't need weapons, I need education. What I want to say is, the backbone of security, for me, is education. That is not a quick change, but it's an investment in the future. And that's why I would appreciate if we in Central Europe, mainly in Germany, refocus our integration, school visits, city partnerships, etc., a little bit away from France and the old dimension, and focus on the three Baltic states and Poland, because our young generation needs to understand what does it mean to be in the front line. Why is the integrity of the borderline of freedom to Russia equivalent to the integrity of our freedom? Why is it correct when our Chancellor mentioned that the security of Vilnius is equal and equals the security of Berlin and the other way around? And that means that we need to bring the youth together. And that's why I very much like that we have now a German school. I don't know whether you should learn German, but at least if this is a second or third language, it's nice. I think we all need to speak English, and we need to have a common understanding. So thank you very much. Good to be here.
Thank you, General. And now we are back to panel, and I really love to present my friend representative of the same family of Christian Democrats, because Lithuanian Christian Democrats today are very loud in Brussels. We have Defense Commissioner Andrius Kubilius, who is actually speaking somewhere in Vilnius in some other conference. You have my own boss of the party, who is leading the Security and Defense Working Group of the EPP. But Rasa is a vice coordinator of EP Committee on Security and Defense, and she wants to tell us a bit more also about Russia that didn't, that was not so much mentioned in this talk. Please, Rasa.
Thank you very much. My pleasure to participate in the conference in Lithuania. I am afraid that I lost a little bit experience to be here and to talk with the people, especially in this room. You know, this hall, especially to our foreign colleagues, our allies, to know that for me it's very special, because here in this room, before 1990 March 11th, the final wording of the text of the Act of Restoration of our Independence was done here. I remember very well this late evening before the voting. And at that time I was just a few years older than Johannes is now. Did I imagine Lithuania 35 years later then? No, of course not. Of course, we have achieved incredible success, but also I have a feeling like we're talking the same thing again as it was then, 35 years ago. And this I didn't expect at all, that we will be like back to the same debate. But yes, we are here, and the name of the threat is the same, Russia. It was a little bit different name, Soviet Union, but the content is the same. I worked for defense and security for 3 decades, and before this large-scale war, my colleagues and I were called hoax. A French defense minister told me once in 2010 that we have phantom pains with Russia. But I will continue to be a hoax, because I really don't want anyone to say in future that those Baltics were right when a great tragedy happens on our land in the future. I don't want to repeat the same mistakes. There is one, and I would say one of the most important issues whose future we avoid talking about loudly and do not have a clear strategy, be it in the European Union, be it in NATO. It's Russia. I am sure that today we would be in a much better situation if at the end of 2022, beginning 23, the major Western capitals, they had resources and still have resources, if they had had enough courage to give Ukraine all possible assistance when Ukrainians drove the Russians out of Kharkiv and Kherson. Today we would have totally different situation. What then determined the indecision in the West? Fear. Putin blackmailed with nuclear weapons. The fear of World War III determined. But today we are even closer to it, to the World War III, than it was we were then. Another aspect of fear is the fear that Russia will collapse. Fear that Putin's regime would be crushed and Russia would collapse. It's very weird and it's a big mistake to think so. Also, I will remind you, 3 months later, we declared independence in 1990. Our head of state at that time, president of the parliament, Landsbergis, Vytautas Landsbergis, he got a letter from 3 powerful leaders, Helmut Kohl, President Mitterrand, and Margaret Thatcher. The letter was about how good we are, but nevertheless, I will not quote precisely, but the message was, please, calm down. Soviet Union and Gorbachev, understandable of course, was more important. Don't take the boat, and so on and so on. We didn't listen, and we are happy that we didn't. So today, to be afraid to see different Russia, to see the future and the main goal to make a decision for the future of our generations is existential. Since 2022, the thinking of both, of course there are very many positive signs in our societies, in European continent, everywhere, thinking of both politicians and the public has changed dramatically regarding security and defense. It's number 1 of challenges for the average in the European Union, very positive direction, and the direction is clear, not to wait for a miracle from the US, but to do what we must do, defend one of the most successful projects of humanity, the European Union and democracy in general. This is very positive. Also, positive sign that political leaders, with the exception of a few, already understand well that the war against Ukraine is also our existential war. I feel this in the Parliament, European Parliament. 5 main political groups think the same way, and that is very positive. But the question of Russia's future remains up in the air. There is still no understanding that Ukrainians are fighting not only for their own, not only for Europe's, our future, but also for the future of Russia. An imperial colonial state, by the way, the last colonial state worldwide, and I'm always trying to talk about this with our African colleagues. They are blaming us with colonial past, but Russia today is the last colonial power worldwide. So this state is with a society with a very damaged mindset, and it is currently being damaged at an extraordinary speed. We don't know exactly, but the feeling is, the information is coming, that this society, young generation, Putin is damaging them even more than ever before. So what Putin is doing with his citizens, and at this war with Ukrainians, is Hitler and Stalin in one. And Ruski Mir, Russian word, is a totalitarian ideology. We assessed and named it in the European Parliament in the January resolution. Formally, you can use this as our formal message. And here, Germany is one of the most important examples of how a society damaged by a totalitarian regime managed to become an example of democracy throughout Europe. I am convinced that Russia, as it is now, has no future. Putin is a digger of Russia, not only Ukraine, but of Russia itself. Even if he has the opportunity to survive for a while, trying to celebrate victories, Russia is already becoming a state dependent on China, and China will eat Russia up in the future with great pleasure. The victory of the Ukrainians is the only hope for the Russian people to become at least a more normal, non-aggressive state, if not democracy in the nearest future. And here we, the West, are late, because we have not yet formulated our strategy towards Russia. Despite the situation in Washington, D.C., I am convinced that we must stop being afraid of so-called provoking Putin in this war. Decades of fear of provoking Putin and seeking to engage him contributed to this war, let's be clear. Our posture is most suitable for Putin when we are afraid. He is very useful for thinking that Russia cannot be changed. Then he finds useful attitudes that the West will inevitably have to return to cooperation with him or someone similar to him. This would be a great victory for Putin. Our only correct strategic goal is a different Russia, defeated Russia. I mean Putin's Russia. Whether this will succeed, no one knows. And this will certainly not happen if we do not help Ukraine win and if we do not create a strong defense alliance in Europe. I have always been a strong Euro-Atlantistic and remain so, but we cannot ignore the reality. It is not us, not Europe, that will decide how much the US will remain committed to Europe. We will certainly not return to the time when NATO was 70% of the US. We must also prepare for the fact that we will have to defend ourselves without full US involvement, at least at the beginning. This is what Russia is very much seeking, of course. But for that, we need leadership. Much will come clear in 2027, when the EU will hold as many as 7 national elections, including very powerful countries. Europe will be an arena for hybrid warfare before that and during 2027 especially. And here I see Germany as an important, powerful leader of these days. Germany is the only EU country to have assumed the responsibility of a framework nation in a forward presence project in Eastern Flank. No more EU country is here as framework nation. And I want to encourage German politicians not to be afraid and to boldly take on that leadership. Russia is a very weak country. Yes, I agree, weak and aggressive is a dangerous mix. But I will end my presentation by quoting James Freeman Clarke, philosopher and politician, politologist from the United States, 19th century. I will quote, "A politician thinks of the next election, a statesman of the next generation." It's our time to think. So, thank you.
Thank you, Rasa, very much. And it's really, sometimes when we meet and speak with Rasa and Andrius Kubilius or other leaders of my party, we always say that we are always on defensive. We are not strategic in our attitude towards Russia. We are afraid, and they are not afraid. And I'm saying it for another good reason. Rasa didn't mention one country that she's fighting every day, and we are fighting in this country together with Germans and led by Germans, Georgia. Because what Russians understood in Georgia, it is difficult to occupy a country militarily, as it is difficult to occupy a country like Ukraine. Very, very difficult. Actually, they are failing. But it's easier to occupy a country politically. The country is occupied politically. And that's why, as Rasa said, and this is the wisdom of my brothers and sisters in Moldova, of the same family, they told me, Žygis, forget about free elections anymore. Each election will be Putin's special electoral operation against you. Take it seriously. Work with your intelligence. It's not happening by accident that those pro-Russian parties are pumping up. So you are not ready for that. Romanians were ready for that, and Moldovans. Only two countries on the European continent defeated Putin in election, and they made it in cooperation with their intelligence community. And we don't do it. We think this is politically incorrect. So I'm provoking you further, and now I see my good friend from Bavaria, Thomas Annan, the former Deputy Chair of Foreign Affairs Committee and now the spokesman for international politics and security of the CSU party. We love, that's why we opened that consulate general in Munich, Thomas. And Thomas was the one to host the last forum meeting in Munich. He traveled with me so many times to Kiev, and I'm so happy to give you the word. You've been patiently waiting for this word from 9 o'clock. Thank you, Thomas. I know that time in Germany is precious. Please, Thomas.
Thank you, Sigis. And it was not a waiting time. It was really very valuable and very interesting to listen to all the panelists so far, and it's again a great forum you set up. And is it working technically? Because I have some echo.
Yes, absolutely. We hear you well. Please, Thomas, continue.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, thanks for coming back in February or March timeframe to Munich, and now celebrating the 20 years of the forum is also really great. Apologies for not being there. I was there many times, but I had to be in the constituency yesterday evening, and there are just not enough flights in the morning. So this is also something which hopefully will improve if the relations are even tighter on economic terms. So having a flight in the early morning from Munich to Vilnius would be a good thing. So a lot of important statements were made already. So maybe just some information about the recent achievements in Germany on defense policy. So we were just talking about the budget. The next year's defense budget will be around 110 billion. And remember in 2014 we were at 32 billion. That was the all-time lowest. So we did really make big steps here, and this will grow up to almost 150 billion by 2029. So the plan is there, and with the historic decision in March to take out the defense budget, take out from our debt break rules, is basically now the way to implement what we have set up there. So we have the money. We are also improving procurement. We have put out a lot of orders. So yes, we are still not at that speed in delivering, but the orders are there. So the pressure is now on the industry to deliver, and this is something definitely we can improve. But money is there. The orders for the weapon systems are there, and now the big question still is and was the manpower. That remains a decisive factor, both for the brigade in Lithuania, but for the German armed forces as a whole. And last week we finished our negotiations on our new military service model. So we still will be in a voluntary mode, so to say, but it's also, I would say, a last try. So it's another year where we try with more attractive conditions, but we also have clear manpower targets now in this law, and basically a growth path. German military overall numbers are now at the moment 183,000 men and women, and this will grow up to 260,000, and we have put this growth path into the law. And once we are not on track, we have basically prepared already our conscription model going forward. So we will basically every year evaluate whether we are on track with the growth or not, and can also then start the conscription if necessary. Also, we are back at the general medical assessment after 15 years not having that. So we also skipped that back in 2010, and we restart that beginning of next year. So all men will be medically assessed from next year onwards, whether they are capable for military service or not. Well, as it always is, it's a carefully negotiated compromise between very different coalition partners. So within the Social Democrats, if all would be like Michael Roth, which I was really happy to see, then it would have been much easier, but things are as they are. So I'm glad that we came to that compromise and can really start with a new military service model from next year onwards. Goal is not just to meet NATO commitments, but also building largest military force in Europe. It was mentioned already as committed by our Chancellor, and so we have a lot to do. We are committed to that, also on the working level, so to say, and this is what drives us moving forward. And one comment also to the impressive work which is done in Lithuania. So I was together with the minister, our defense minister, traveling to Rukla and joining the opening of this logistics and maintenance hub. And it was really impressive to see that within a very short time frame, this was built up. So I'm very confident you will meet all your goals in creating the infrastructure for the brigade, the training infrastructure, but also the houses and living areas. We opened a school, so we're really on a good way, and so it's now up to us to deliver on material, on personnel, and we stay committed to meet our goals there to have the brigade then by 2027 timeframe up and running. Thank you very much, and I'm happy also to take questions.
Thank you so much, Thomas. And now we have a last speaker on our panel, and then we move to the discussion and final concluding remarks. So, Ms. Anna Maria Strauss, Director of the Goethe Institute in Vilnius. So, what about the language? Is it about military defense, or it's actually about the German language? And what can we do what can we do better here? And I will provoke you again. I was a diplomat, and I remember French embassy, Italian embassy, many other embassies were investing into me, and I learned those languages. Goethe Institute was not so active in this area. So what can we do both on German and Lithuanian side to have some funds to educate hundreds of people? Thousands.
Thank you so much, dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, because we've been speaking so much about the German language, and I know there is translation, I would take the liberty to make our beautiful language resound in this very honorable hall and continue in German. Vielen Dank für die Frage. Ich habe 3 Punkte mitgebracht entlang eines...
Goethe Institute has announced its motto, trust, diversity and understanding. And I would like to focus on one issue which is very important to me, language and cultural cooperation in the political context. Security from threats and external threats, it is evident, it is important for us. It gives us an opportunity to live safely, to develop our powers. And these principles are enshrined in our societies. Work with language. Cultural cooperation is work related to this security as well. Language and cultural cooperation, to my mind, are essential foundations or elements of mutual trust. Therefore, I'm very grateful that Victoria Chmilytė-Nilsson mentioned that we should involve everyone into these efforts, and that education is a very important element. This was mentioned by previous speakers. I would not agree with the general who said that English is sufficient, while general has mentioned that we should learn Lithuanian as well. So our joint projects, as well as any cultural efforts, are included into the framework of relations. Well, those partnerships should not limit ourselves to political level. They should be based on cultural cooperation as well, which enhances our societies. Cooperation of cultural and educational institutions, organization of different events involving different towns and cities, involvement of different people, that is important. I would like to show a photograph of a choreographer who spoke about fair difference, and that difference and fear should help to create mutual relations. Well, in terms of the German language and learning German language in Lithuania, well, the German language is represented the principle of multilingualism is very important. This is a European principle. There are many opportunities to learn the German language, as many previous speakers has mentioned, and in cooperation with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, projects on teaching German language and understanding are being organized. Strengthening of the German language is also associated with education, with the economic opportunities and their development. Yesterday we had a forum on multilingualism. We spoke about learning foreign languages as a guarantee to strengthen our security. Foreign languages enable us to learn different societies, and our students and pupils learning foreign languages learn not only the language but also get to know each other, learn about cultural aspects of that society. So this actually contributes to strengthening the ties, and this actually strengthens mutual ties and mutual trust, as well as it strengthens security in turn. In the 6th year in schools, 30% of children choose German as the second foreign language. The Spanish language is among top in its popularity. Comparing this situation several years ago, 80% of children would learn Russian as their second foreign language. Now we are on the right path in this direction. But when we speak about the second foreign language, the German foreign language should become the second foreign language to be taught in Lithuanian schools. I would like to provoke some of you by saying that the German foreign language should be taught as the first foreign language in Lithuanian schools. This would even more enhance the relations between Lithuania and Germany and would underline the importance of our relations. We have many talented people and children in our schools who learn the German language in schools and know German very well. I would also like to propose organizing a research project to analyze the current situation on the possibility of having the German language as the first foreign language taught in Lithuanian schools. Because so far we lose many young people who tend to choose other languages as their second foreign languages to be taught in schools. But this is also to do with the political will, because all the rules and conditions are in place already. Kęstutis Budrys mentioned another important aspect when speaking about diversity. Cultural cooperation between Lithuania and Germany needs to be stressed here. The coalition agreement of the German government, stronger cooperation, stronger democracy. Our culture is the foundation of our freedom. It inspires us. It opens up new perspectives. Without it, our culture is undermined, and it becomes difficult to present our culture and to spread our culture. Culture and language are the foundation of social life, and the role of culture and art should also be recognized. We understand that in Lithuania and Germany we want to speak the common language that the societies of our both countries can speak. This would strengthen the approach of our people in terms of the worldview, and it is worth defending and protecting. Well, what we are proposing, I want to propose one idea, the idea of cultural season. This is a very good initiative. Germany could learn about Lithuania even more. This has been mentioned. We need more Lithuanian perspectives in Germany, more Lithuanian approach to be brought to Germany. When speaking about security and politics, it is important to give the platform for different languages and cultures, and this would be the aspect of speaking one language. This would be a great framework for our further long-term cooperation in the areas of science, culture. Alongside with military engagement, we would contribute to strengthening the relations between Lithuania and Germany. Thank you.
See, the clock is ticking, and we have third minister to arrive to our next already panel. We have to conclude this panel, and then we have to get, to the coffee break. We have to have a family picture. So I registered 3 people who wanted to react. Of course, our keynote speaker, Ambassador Matulionis, Emanuel Zingeris, signatory of our Independence Act, and also our Polish brother from the embassy. But before, I also wanted to recognize my former boss and former foreign minister, Gabrielius Landsbergis, who moved into our panel. He had a great speech yesterday, and just to summarize and maybe provoke the last discussion, well, it's not only about money, it's not only about manpower, it's also about political will. That is more or less that, summarizes our night owl yesterday and panel today. We have to have it. We can do everything, but we have to have the will. So, Independence Act was signed by you, Emanuelis. You had the will some time ago. So teach us how to have it today.
About will, I would like to say, Žygis and friends, liebe Kollegen, our will should be stronger. Our will to defend us and defend freedom should be stronger, like Russian will to occupy us and to make us captive. Until now, we have feeling that their political will to restore the Soviet Union map is bigger, like our will to defend ourselves. So, but now our will to defend democracy and freedom is growing. So ich könnte meine Muttersprache Jiddisch oder Deutsch benutzen, dann steht ganz in der großen Nähe dieser beiden. I think that we should German Anwesenheit, the German presence in Lithuania, for my family means First World War, it was lucky time. Second World War was deadly end. My mother was arrested by Gestapo and spent 4 years in Nazi camp Stutthof and Kaunas ghetto. So 40% of inhabitants of this city was killed, and now Germans are bringing to us culture to remember that, done by Third Reich and by repaired in the consciousness of democratic fighting German society. So I would like to say, and would like to express my thankfulness for those who are trying to bring maturity of West German culture, especially brought after Heinrich Böll, 68, 70s, authentic German denazification done by Germans themselves, and bring the culture back. So we are so based here in Lithuania, not only liebe Anna-Maria Strauss, bei die kulturelle Anwesenheit, but we have the historians of Germany, like Dickmann, Tauber, and others who are working with our historians and trying to bring that means of Verarbeitung, Bearbeitung, oder auch zusammen mit Versöhnung. This is big deal, what your professionals are doing together with our, and bringing decency in there. Your presence means decency, Western decency against Eastern lies. I sent a letter to President Putin asking him stop to use Jewish victimhood, Holocaust victims. I am a second generation of Holocaust family for his imperial reason. Stop to use Holocaust by Moscow for imperial reason, but that doesn't mean that we are stopping our war against anti-Semitism here. And your example, you brought social democratic and Christian democratic government together in Berlin. I don't know why we are not following your example. That's not political correct question, but I am doing that now and telling that you avoided in Germany the affiliation with Alternative for Germany. That is not example to follow. So from my point of view, it's the biggest thing what you are presenting here is not only brigade, but your maturity of your civil society. For that reason, I would like to congratulate from my Holocaust angle and your attitude about Israel and your votings about Israel in United Nations. For us, it was very important too. We tried, Minister Kęstutis, to follow German votes and to be with you together. So for that reason, we would like to say that we will be fighting our moral duties and synchronizing that to you. And that's biggest contribution from Germany in Lithuania. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manuelis. And now, David, if you could, make your final reflections known, reactions to all the statements.
Thank you very much. Probably we are already tired, and I will try to be very concise. I took 4 takeaways from this discussion. First of all, as I see, we are united in most of the foreign and security policy issues, and it's really remarkable and it's great achievement comparing with the past 30 years, 35 years ago. Second, transatlantic dimension. By no means should be written off. And American presence is still vital. We should understand that. Just imagine in numbers, in NATO budget, 1 trillion is US defense budget and 360 European states defense budget. And we should not forget American nuclear sharing arrangement, umbrella, and therefore it would be a bit narrow-minded, to say that we should somehow get rid of American presence in Europe. Trump is a different politician, but at the same time, we can see some, attempts which could be commended. First of all, to bring peace to Ukraine, and also recent sanctions on Lukoil and Rosneft. They will have, they will be coming into force next Friday. No, this Friday. And they will have a devastating effect on Russian economy. And then 5% of GDP in The Hague, also President Trump was somehow convincing European countries to spend more money for defense. The third point is that we would plea you, that's a strong message from this hall. We need leadership of Germany in European security. And why? First argument, American presence will decrease in Europe. UK and French presence is more devoted to other parts of Europe, not the eastern flank. Poland is our strategic partner, but also I have a feeling that Poland is concentrating more now on strengthening national deterrence and defense capability. Therefore, we see Germany as a flagship in increasing their presence in the eastern flank, to dedicate more forces in the eastern flank, and this is in the interest of Germany and in the interest of our countries. And the last point, German language. Let us do more. Of course, we are speaking a lot, but it's time not to speak, but do something. And it's a question of political will. At least from the President's office, we will try to raise this issue all the time until there will be a certain, movement in increasing some, additional steps or making some additional progress, maybe together with a German ambassador, with Goethe Institute, and to make, if it's not possible to make German language as a first language, but in terms of numbers, to make German language as a second language, it's our first priority. And let's do it, because there is a necessity of doing it. And I think those 4 elements I will bring from this discussion, and thank you very much, Žygis, and to all participants of this discussion.
Thank you, David, so much. So, on this friendly family note to Poland, so what about borders? What about security sharing in the region? And to be honest, I'm learning Polish language, not German right now. Each Monday I'm learning Polish. So, maybe that would inspire you. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Let me first congratulate organizers of the forum for its 20th anniversary, and as the German language was so many times mentioned here already, let me join Madame Strauss und ich werde mich auf Deutsch umstellen, wenn Sie gestatten.
Let me speak German. The German language in Poland is the second foreign language. A lot of young Poles are learning the German language. I've had an opportunity to work with Stamme, and I was a participant of the exchange program, and I've learned the German language, and I work in the general consulate. In addition to that, in the Northern Rhine-Westphalia, I was working with Mr. Naumann. As we talk about the European Union, the greatest achievement of the European Union, as we understand it, is first and foremost the opportunity to travel across all of the European countries without any restrictions and to learn about different areas of significance. We have to foster and strengthen our cooperation, and many speakers have mentioned it already. I would not agree with Žygis on one point. And I would not agree with Mr. Matulionis, because Poland is interested in strengthening the region, in regional cooperation, and we are convinced that we have to organize together with Germany and other countries our collective defense throughout the region. And I think, and I would like to quote our former and current Minister Sikorski, who in 2011, in an event on foreign policy, he said the following: a lot of are afraid not of the German power, but of the German inaction. And this was a breaking point. And since then, Germany increased its defense budget, and this is a great opportunity to bring back Germany into the Baltic states. We know that Latvia and Estia had German-speaking people, residents, and I welcome the perspective of more Germany being here in Lithuania and in Poland. And as for the provocative question posed by Žygis, we are coordinating our activities quite well, and we already spoke about the closing of the Belarusian embassy, and we connected in a timely manner on the question of opening closing or opening our border patrol.
Together, Nordic, Baltic, Polish, German friends, we will do it together, but it will take some time to put that puzzle to work. So on this, I want to end. We will continue on economic issues in the second panel, where Minister of Economy and Innovation already arrived, but let's have a short coffee break, and let's have a family picture at more or less 12, and let's try to move in again for the last panel. Okay, thank you so much, friends. It was a great panel. We could stay for days together. not competitors. We have the same goal. It's a political house. Okay? We have a difference. You take decisions. Tai aš noriu juos tiesiog susodinti visus ir tada čia galiu būti laisvas. Maybe you should please use the mic and call me.
Please take your seats.
Where do you want to say it?
Yeah, you can choose. Still.
Šauksiu dabar, šauksiu. Friends, you know, Germans like order.
Order.
And time is important.
Order.
Please, no. Or you can maybe start speaking little by little and I will move them.
Let's take 2 glasses. Wait, that always works.
Norėjau paklausti, tiek pietus pranešėjai, tai matyti, ar platesniam ratui?
Buvo pranešėjam numatyti, bet aš nežinau, kiek žmonių ateis, šiaip 35 esam rezervavę. Tai neteko palaikyti, bet nežinau, kiek ateis žmonių, kiek pasiliks, tai čia matysim vėliau, gal panelį rytoj.
Tai už negražu išeiti.
Okay, please start. Just start. Yeah.
So let's start. We are running late, and please take your seats. This will be the most interesting panel. I promise a lot of content. It's about money. It's about action. And maybe we either invite the colleagues that are still outside, but at least let's close the door. Can somebody please close the door? So we need to know who's in and who's out. Dear Chairman, dear Chairwoman, Gigimantas also, please then indicate how long I am allowed to have this panel. And Egle, if you also would like to come in front and share and bring your... No, please, please. We want to have interaction. You are part of the team. Is it okay if we... Yes, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So I welcome everybody to the panel United in Resilience Towards Security and Growth. And already in the title, I think we can see that both topics, security and economic growth, are interlinked. At the end, the products which we're using, the weapons which we are using, the defense tech which we are using, is produced in the economic sphere. And Zeitenwende is not only happening something in armies, it's also happening in the economy. Also on a larger scale, we can say competitiveness is not only a buzzword, but a strategic goal for Europe. And I'm very happy to welcome the speakers, and we'll start with a little keynote impulse with His Excellency, the Minister of Economy, our good friends at Venus. Please, the floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, dear guests, members of Parliament, Europarlament, colleagues from Germany, from Lithuania, I'm very happy to be here today. Sadly, I had to skip the morning part, but now we will speak about money, investment, and economical cooperation, I guess. So, it's a pleasure to welcome you to Lithuania. We meet at a time of profound geopolitical uncertainty. Russia's war against Ukraine, tensions in global trade, the reconfiguration of supply chains, and accelerating green and digital transitions are reshaping the way we think about security and growth in Europe. And at this point, Lithuania chooses not to go, hide, or something. We are accepting the challenge, and we are more than welcome to work with us in bilateral R&D projects, to have more investment in Lithuania. And Lithuania's story is one of the fast and consistent convergence. Since year 2000, our GDP has grown 6 times, and the forecast for 2025 is more than 3%. We have built a simple and transparent tax reform. Oh, I forgot my presentation. Yeah. At the same time, we are among the EU leaders in renewable energy by share in final consumption, which is crucial in a world where energy security and sustainability go hand in hand. And we are investing 80 million euros to reskill 20,000 specialists in IT, engineering, life sciences. In other words, the fundamentals that matters for investors, partners, growth, stability, green energy, and talent are all present in Lithuania. Let me briefly highlight where we see the strongest fit with German businesses. Of course, we have our smart specialization priorities, is biotech, ICT, advanced manufacturing. First, global business services. Lithuania has a major business services market with, with a strong drive for innovation and efficiency, serving clients worldwide. Second, the data center industry. We offer a prime environment with reliable infrastructure and growing volumes of renewable energy, an important factor for energy-intensive operations. Latest example, in Lithuania, we will have AI Factory. It's a crucial initiative speaking about artificial intelligence, which is changing our world not in years, but in months, even the weeks, how fast it transforms and how it can be used in our production, in our public sector, actually horizontally everywhere. Third, the technology industry. Lithuania's tech startup ecosystem is among the fastest growing in the Baltics and Central and Eastern Europe. We have more than 1,300 startups, and our goal is to have twice, as we have today, till year 2030. And finally, smart manufacturing. We combine traditional mechanical and electronics engineering with digital competences, making Lithuania an ideal place to develop and test our industry solutions. And there, I have to speak about defense and security industry, of course, and innovation. We have our changes in legislation where we have not only green corridor for large-scale investors, free economic zones, but new part is emerging is defense and security industry. With the same incentives Lithuania offers, for example, in our free economic zones, corporate tax can be 0 for the first 10 years, large investors benefit from easier access to land plots and faster, more predictable decision-making. Everything goes in line with our defense industry, with the investment, which we can see we have from Germany. Germany is top investor in Lithuania. So we know that sometimes it's not about money, how many there are, but about how fast we can be, how fast we can attract the investor, how fast municipality can receive the investment, and how fast we can start the production, especially in this geopolitical era, which is now emerging fast. So from the ministry side, we have a plan. It's called 3E plan: innovation, investment, and institutions. First, innovation. We see it as a core foundation of high value-added economy. And we are investing in R&D, digitalization, and of course, defense-related technologies to ensure that Lithuania is not only a manufacturing base, but also a source for new solutions. And latest example, we had hybrid attack with air balloons. It's not only about contraband. So we are trying to set the best possible example from our public sector. In our ministry, in 24 hours, we launched new technology and innovation program. We secured funding with 1 million euros for prototypes. And next day, the call was launched. And we received 35 applications from our businesses. And it was all done in 2 weeks. Now, for 2 weeks, we are evaluating our proposals, and I believe that our industry, our innovators, they have what to offer to solve that kind of issues. So jumping to third E, it's institutions. It's about modernization. And our goal is to have once and only one-stop shop with the principle working by once and only, where we can be as fast as possible. I have in mind the best examples from other countries. Lithuania is agile, it's dynamic, and we have our competitiveness in this side. Actually, 2 weeks ago, I had my first business trip. It was, of course, to Germany, to Berlin. I had a wonderful discussion with the German Minister of the Economy, and they knew about our example. This call launched in 24 hours. Of course, we signed Berlin Declaration. It's about European competitiveness, how we should deregulate, how we should fight our bureaucracy, because that's the main point which is stopping us from being as competitive as US, China, other countries, friendly and not so friendly. And of course, second E is investment. We are not calculating investments in billions, but we are trying to have, we look forward to have competitive whole Lithuania. So our main goal is to have at least 30% of major investments which could be directed to the regions, not only to Vilnius, Kaunas and Klaipėda. Because we want balanced development, modern infrastructure and quality jobs across the whole country, not only in the capital. Now, more about Germany and Lithuania. So, trade between the countries keeps on growing. We see a lot of positive news in media. We have a lot of conversations. We have a lot of meetings. Even the event like this is building our cooperation, our trust as a partners for each other. And over the last 20 years, imports from Germany grew by 3 times, and exports to Germany grew by 3.6 times. And our bilateral trade with Germany stands as a model of economic cooperation benefiting businesses, consumers on both sides, of course, and public sector. And Germany is the biggest investor in Lithuania, with more than 5.4 billion euros that are already invested from Germany to Lithuania. And I'll show just few examples. For example, the latest Rheinmetall, 180 million euros defense and space, Continental, 190 million euros automotive, Nokera, Hella, Lindegas. That's only few of examples, and we see that we, as Lithuania, we are trying to do our best to have this offer for German colleagues, not only to attract investment, actually, but to have bilateral R&D projects, which have been discussed between me and your Minister for the Economy. We are speaking not only about defense in the hard way, but of course our airspace, other projects. And to conclude, Lithuania offers a combination that is increasingly rare: geopolitical resilience, strong security guarantees, and a rapidly modernizing, innovation-driven economy. We are not asking you simply to move production here. We are inviting you to co-create new products, new technologies, and new business models that support Europe's security, green transition, and competitiveness. My team and I, together with our investment promotion agency, with our innovation agency, and regional partners, stand ready to work with you on concrete projects and to remove any obstacles you may face. I hope that today's discussion will be the start of new partnerships and investments, and I warmly invite you to see Lithuania as a long-term strategic partner for your business and success. So I'll be brief. Actually, the most important part is to have good discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, for laying a very good ground and touching already on the important topics. Let me start by, we've talked a lot about Europe and unity, and I came across this amazing book called Baltic, The Future of Europe. It has been translated into German. The translation is interesting because the title was translated into Konfliktzone Ostsee. It's more an interpretation. I know some IP is here who advised on that, Mr. Sandrat. I recommend it. And let's
for 1 second realize what is the Baltic Sea region. Being an economist, I calculated how much trade Germany does with the Baltic Sea region, neighboring countries. Comes out, it's more than we do with China, and it's more than we do with US and Mexico together. So actually it is not only the most democratic region in the world, I would argue, it is also the most progressed region in the world. And it is an important cornerstone of our wealth and trade. And sometimes it's so close, but we forget that. And so I think cooperation, and it's also one of the, by the way, most interlinked regions in the world. And so it is spot on here to talk about German-Lithuanian cooperation. And of course I will do that. But let's also think it in a bit in that context. And I like that the Polish colleague was here. And but let's focus and do our homework on German-Lithuanian, but let's have it in the back of the mind. And so I'm very proud that I have such a high-level, high-caliber panel together. And if we do, now I'm also a business person, and these business persons, they like to do SWOT analysis. Yeah? Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Now let's do a quick SWOT analysis of Germany and Lithuania in the defense industry. What comes out? I would say strategic fit. The weaknesses of Germany are the strengths of the Baltic states. Yeah? We are rather slow or thorough. And here we have digital advancement. We have a startup mindset, not only in the startups, but on country level. That's something we in Germany are learning at the moment. And we have little or no bureaucracy compared to my home country. And of course, there is certain technology that comes with the digital and the drones and the AI, and we're all going to go into deeper in this panel, and I have representatives here speaking about all this, and actually they're already building the bridge between Germany and Lithuania in that. And what I want to do with this panel is, let's look back a bit, what has worked, what has not worked. So if somebody wants to share some successes, please do, because we need this. And then let's also focus on maybe where are still some gaps which we should address in a priority order. I learned from General Sandrat that it's all about priorities and focus. Yeah? And I also think what is really genius is we have a new strategy in Germany. It's a new strategy for defense economy. It just got out on the 6th or 5th of November, and there's 4 musketeers who written this. No, there's 4. That's the beginning of the book. Later on, there's a 4th one. And in this case, it's 4 guys. Believe me, I quote. It's Nico Lange, René Obermann, Moritz Schularek, and Jörg. And geniusly, I will quote his one of the sentence here. Der Ansatz, alles so zu machen wie immer, nur mit viel mehr Geld. The approach to do the same like every day, but just with more money, is failed. That's for the German side. And then they call for what is important. It's use technological progress and innovation as a leverage for growth, prosperity, and tempo before perfection. Also something, it's so deep in this German engineers. I don't know, would be interesting to hear Benjamin experiences, how you get this perfectionism out of your German colleagues. And then European sovereignty is important, and the interoperability. And so that's why we in the German Baltic Chamber of Commerce, and this is just out now, I recommend to read, we are working on creating what we call the magic triangle. Because yes, there's this strategic fit, there's Germany and Baltics, but also Ukraine we have to bring in the picture, because there's the innovation happening. And so I believe in the triangle Germany, Baltics, Ukraine. And that's what we're going to build on it, or try to build and progress on our conference on the 25th of November here in Vilnius. So now let's jump into the topics. And I forgot logistics, because that's together with timing. And General Sandrat, I'm sorry I quote you too much today, but you have said it yesterday. It's about timing, and we need to get the equipment and the people here. And I learned that it's about Rail Baltica, if finished, 100,000 people capacity. And that's something a road cannot do. Yeah? Yeah, we will go into deeper in that. So we'll start with Vít Mantas, our good friend, and chairing the Industrialists Union. How do you see this SWOT analysis, and what are your experiences?
Yeah, thank you, Florian. Good afternoon, colleagues, excellencies. Very nice to be here, especially on the 20th anniversary forum. My whole life, since I finished my university, was started with Germany. Since 1991, I am very closely working on the industrial sides with the different German companies. And maybe some remarks to the past. Since we joined the European Union, I remember that 70% of the all equipment for industrialists was bought from Germany. We have this perfect equipment. It's in the fertilizer producers, with the furniture producers, steel operation, car manufacturing, and so on and so on and so on. And always this equipment still working now. Still working now, and this is the best example how could be the very precise our cooperation. Of course, we need to renew and to look into the past. I still see that so many of my colleagues from industrialists and my colleagues, that's been 300,000 people are working on the industry. It's around 20% of the GDP in total. And yeah, always the Germany was the major partner. I'm very happy about these figures because some 3 years ago the figures was a little bit different. Germany was on the 3rd place, but with investments, the 2nd place, and now they're the 1st, and I'm very happy about that. Now maybe to the more concrete things, how we could cooperate. Absolutely clear, Florian, and thank you, Minister, was very precisely details. I would like to continue on the same size. We are quite fast. Of course, for us locals, we still feel that we are still, a little bit fixed with some bureaucracy, which is coming from the EU, but nevertheless, we try to run faster. And in nowadays, regarding the defense, I see some possibilities to expand our cooperation. And I think, as the Minister perfectly says, that we are really doing huge investments in the renewables. Of course, it's not popular to talk now about renewables and green economy, but I think in the next 5 years we will have one of the lowest electricity prices with zero CO2 emissions. I think that for Europe it's very important. We're interested not just to export the electricity to Europe, but to produce locally. And we're inviting here the companies, because labor costs, Lithuanians are really not lazy, they're still working. I think this is the perfect place to invest and increase the figures which we already have. We have the really good examples from the investments and Rheinmetall and Humanitas. I think it could be much more. Where we have the synergy, where we could have the synergy at that moment, because at the same time I'm the leader of the Sorry Information Technology Park, where the major electronic fight against the drones companies are created with the startups. I think laser targeting, electronic fight against different kind of drones, chemicals I mean explosives, I think this is the 3 most important issues where Lithuanians could be really competitive nowadays. Of course, we are struggling with some investments, maybe with some technologies as well, because if this day X will come, I think to bring some chemicals, explosives, I mean different explosives, would be very difficult for us. And maybe it's not reason to invest so much in explosives somewhere in the middle of Europe or even in the south of Europe, what we have now, but to concentrate it here, because we have really good basis. From the former Soviet Union time, we have some factories which produce some chemicals, which later on was used as a basement for the different explosives. Any drone, any ammunition without let's say, explosives is nothing. Yeah, we need to understand this. I think these are things where the Lithuanian Confederation of Industries is really strong, could support, but of course we need buyers. I hope the Rheinmetall and some other companies, Northrop Grumman, which is coming here as well to Lithuania, could really join our initiatives, finalize, and I think then it will be much more easier for us to go forward, because around the chemicals, around the explosives, we can produce different things, starting from the mines to secure our borders and go forward. Yeah, what more? Very important, Lithuania is really strong on the lasers, and laser targeting, I think this is the new direction where we can be very precisely. Some of our companies really do very precise issues with the laser targeting, with tolerance up to 1-2 centimeters. That means we could catch with some missiles the most sensitive points of the enemy's heavy equipment. This is really, I think, the possibility to work there. Of course, services for the heavy equipment, Lithuania is unfortunately not very strong with the steel, but Germany, this is the leader. But with some additional components which we can install inside the heavy ammunition, I think we are really ready to do. Service things to service the heavy ammunition, we are already doing this, but it could be expanded in the future. And as you mentioned, Florian, it's very precisely we are talking about possibilities to let's say, connect the Ukrainians. Our drone producers, main companies, 3 or 4 companies, is already delivering a lot of things. They already have some direct experiences. And in these cases, it's a time for us, to join the forces, because the war which we are still the war which started, now it's totally different, in comparison. It's not battle of the tanks, it's a battle of the drones, battle of the different equipment, electronic fight. And I think we are quite strong here. That means we need to find the synergies. We have the very nice past on the Confederation of Industries. I could tell you that we really have the very nice past, but I think our future is even more better. I am inviting to have the cooperation on special things where Lithuania it's, I would say so, quite strong, doing some activities. And of course our people, they really like to work with Germany.
Thank you, Vidmantas. Yeah, let's give him some applause. And I know you have some meeting with the Prime Minister very soon and will have to leave us, so if he stands up, it's not because he doesn't like what we are speaking about, but just he has some urgent meeting. You touched about also skills and services. Could that be a cooperation or an area of deeper cooperation with Germany? What's your take on this? Do your Lithuanian companies have such need?
For sure. Of course, to say true, Lithuania have quite difficult access to the capital, because of course the geopolitical situation brings out some investors even from the overseas. We feel this. And now access to the capital, I think it's one of the lowest. We see that some German companies is already coming to our market, investing in the startups which I mentioned, in the directions which I mentioned here. I think that deeper cooperation, it could be to share the technologies and to do some actively investments in these regions now. Around 20 companies, which is really, I think, going forward. I not mentioned the satellite product producers. Of course, we are not on the very high level. It's quite low orbit satellites. But by the price-wise, I think we are absolutely competitive inside the Europe. Because some of our companies, which was sold to the Norwegian giants, they just received the orders, 110 satellites to produce for Europe, especially for the Copernicus system, and to use the satellites in communication. We trust our partners overseas, but I think we need to have our own communication as a Starlink systems, which could give possibility for our defense defense industry to be more independently on these issues. We are doing this as well. That means this is a kind of deeper cooperation, and we're inviting the companies to work more closely. If there is some questions, always via Florian or via us or via HK. Baltics, we could discuss on the real synergies on the very precise issues.
Thank you so much. And we are working to get also the attention of the finance and the banks, the German banks. Commerzbank is here, it's been mentioned, and we bring the CEO Europe of Deutsche Bank, and UniCredit also will join on the 25th, and then actually we're also planning to bring more funds and venture capitalists. Minister, I also know you have to be going like in 5-10 minutes, so, but that, at least one question before you run off. We, in the German chamber, actually since, almost 10 years, we are working on one topic. And this topic is actually the secret of, I would say, German economic success at all. Germany is actually export leading country in the world, and this German quality is kind of famous. And what is the success secret about it? It's our vocational education training system, because the cars, yes, they have to be engineered and thought of and planned, and we have genius managers, but for sure we have genius guys who put them together at some point. And that's reason is because we have one of the best vocational training systems where the philosophy, it's very old, it's actually ancient Greek, that there's nothing more useful than a right theory, or I can say nothing more practical than a right theory. And so it's called DUA, bringing it together, or work-based learning. And actually we have good successes, and we come to this a little later also when we talk about how Continental or Aumovio launched their plant. So what about if we think about a strategic cooperation in the defense industry, in the vocational education training field? Could that fly?
You want short answer or long answer?
Short answer.
Let's do this.
Okay, you can go. Now let's do the long answer after.
Yes, so we can speak about investment, innovation, we can speak about anything we want, but it's always about people. Yeah. So reskilling, other initiatives are very important for us. As I mentioned in my presentation, we have 80 million for reskilling projects. Of course, we are working with our diaspora, with colleagues from other ministries, speaking about talents. Now, the latest example, yes, so we will launch our AI factory. So it will help us to have new programs, new study programs in the universities. It will help public institutions to grow, to use AI solutions in their work, by having deregulation and less administrative burden, even less. And of course, businesses. It's other initiatives, actually. So, yeah, so we should set a meeting. We should invite our colleagues from Ministry of Science, Education and Sports. And, yeah, with innovation, it's interesting that you can find something very interesting and actually in ancient Greece history. So if you'll share with us good practices, we'll try to set this as an example in our Lithuanian ecosystem. Thank you. And yes, sadly, as Florian mentioned, I have to leave now. So it's been a pleasure. See you in other formats. Thank you.
So my panel is leaving, but Igle, maybe you can come and take the seat of the minister. You want to stay there? Okay, then I feel empty now. Great. So let's move on. I think yesterday it was in the keyword of the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Gabrielius Landsbergis, who basically, am I allowed to quote, said or summarize that we not only have a Russia problem, but we have a China challenge. I think that's fair to say, and I think I'm not giving away too much. And behind that, I think if I read right, there is what I would call an AI race on globally. Now, we heard that, and I think energy costs even play a role. So actually good news that we're going to have maybe in the future lower energy costs here in Lithuania. But I know that you are working, Benjamin, now for this AI first company that also as a byproduct happened to be a drone company. Please tell us a bit about your SWOT analysis of German-Baltic cooperation and how do you see it and why is it a match and why are you even here in Vilnius today and interested and congratulations for becoming one of the defense tech unicorns of Germany. We're very proud of that.
Thanks very much, Florian, and it is indeed a pleasure to be back here in Vilnius today. Why am I here? Well, I've had a long and deep engagement with Lithuania and indeed with the Lithuanian-German Forum, where I've been a keynote speaker 2 years ago in here, a year ago a panelist in Munich, and it's my pleasure now, even though I've changed roles from being a think tanker to be able to bring Helsing's support to the Lithuanian-German Forum, which we see as a vital channel for fostering the very good relations which have a very good fit, as you mentioned, between Lithuania and Germany. And so even though my role has changed from think tanker to that of head of thought leadership at Helsing, the mission remains the same, and that mission is defined by both security and growth, which are the themes of this panel. And the good news is that we actually have now technologies that can provide both security and growth. If we look at the Kiel Institute's recent report, this big economics institute in Germany, headed by Moritz Schularik, one of the authors of the report that was mentioned before, we see that investing in new defense technologies, particularly those connected to artificial intelligence, yields a 1.5 times economic multiplier, whereas investing in legacy technology brings only a 0.6 times multiplier. So we can actually do well by doing good for our defense if we focus it rightly. And General von Zandrat was right yesterday, as many have commented, in many ways, but particularly into the notion that the essence of strategy is prioritization. And so prioritizing how we actually get the security and the growth we need is going to be one of the key challenges facing both Germany and Lithuania going forward, but one that we can better solve together. But what I put it to you is in the context of the remarks that we've heard in the last 2 days, we face a timeline issue. We face a severe timeline issue because although it's great that Germany and Lithuania are investing heavily in defense, and we've heard the figures, the very impressive figures from both countries, a lot of that money is being invested in technologies that will take a long time to arrive. It would be strange if in 1936 we were to say, don't worry, by 1956 we have these supersonic bombers that are coming, we're therefore going to be fine. We have to get to 1956 first. So I think our mission is to deliver at speed the overwhelming firepower, the overwhelming military advantage that will be the only true deterrent to Russia's aggressive imperialism. And again, the good news is we actually have the technologies to be able to deliver that. And you mentioned speed and Germany before. I have to say, and many who know my work as a think tanker will know that I have been critical when Germany has moved too slowly at times. But at Helsing, I found the Germany I was looking for. Fast, dynamic, and ambitious. And let me not make that a slogan, but give you an illustration. On the 1st of September 2024, our company decided that it would be a good thing if an AI agent could fly a fighter jet, that we could actually create an AI pilot. That's the 1st of September 2024. By the 28th of May 2025, our AI agent, Centaur, was flying a real Saab Gripen over the Baltic Sea in a combat simulation where it provided not only directional guidance, but also weapon launch guidance. This is what happens when you bring world-class talent together with a heavy investment in computing power. It's what happens when you attract the best AI talent back, the best AI talent in the world back to Europe to focus on the mission of our times. And that's what Helsing's been able to do. We were founded in 2021 specifically to use AI to protect democracies. The kind of neo-idealist mission that actually I advocated when I was a think tanker and which appears in the conclusion to the very good book by my friend Oliver Moody that you mentioned before, which I'd highly recommend everyone to read. So if we can get the kind of technologies that will deliver overwhelming firepower, that will deliver new possibilities in defense. If you think about not only AI fighter pilots, but the uncrewed combat air vehicles, the UCAVs, of the kind that Helsing is the only company in Europe to be beginning to make, we could ask ourselves very seriously, where is the Lithuanian Air Force? For the first time in history, Lithuania could actually afford to field a meaningful air force, to not only provide air defense, but also potentially to undertake the kind of deep strike missions that would hold key Russian assets at risk and which will be crucial to deterring Russian nuclear use, but also to making sure they understand that we can hit them where it hurts and we are willing to do it. Because again, that is a crucial part of deterrence. We've seen in the Baltics, with Baltic Sentry, and on the eastern flank, with Eastern Sentry, how we're able to pull a political response together. But we've also seen both those missions stretch our assets to their limit, stretch our assets to breaking point in terms of our naval assets, and stretch our possibilities within the economy of force to breaking point on the eastern flank. We will not win if we continue to use extremely expensive missiles and extremely expensive to fly fighter jets to shoot down cheap drones. That is not going to be an equation that will end in our favor. So we have to start thinking, yes, we need to build up our forces. Yes, we also need to build up our capabilities. But how do we do it in a way that plays to our strengths, not to Russia's? How do we actually make our strengths into competitive advantages? And again, it was put very well that too often in Europe we've chosen to make ourselves weak. And I'll end with this because I think this is extremely important to emphasize. It was Dwight D. Eisenhower, one of the great military and political leaders of the 20th century, who said, "The history of free people is not written by chance, it is written by choice." And it is in our gift, if we choose correctly, and if we prioritize correctly, if we strategically target the strengths in German industry, the strengths in European industry, the strengths in innovation that we find in the Baltics and indeed across Europe, in our research institutions, our universities, and in the AI talent that has in the past been driving success in American companies but is now coming home to Europe. If we focus on that and play to our strengths, we have the chance to choose security and choose growth. And together, I think that's what we have to do. We've understood very clearly in the last 2 days here that political will is a major element of that, but political will does not end at declarations. It's the psychologist William James who famously said, "You don't do brave things because you have brave feelings. You get brave feelings when you do brave things." And we have to start doing some of those brave things, because it is actually by the doing of that, and this is where Lithuania has really been an inspiration to many, that we will show ourselves our true strength. And by embracing that, we can make the right choice for our collective future. Thank you.
Thank you for your inspiring words. What about the brave things a company like Helsing could do in Ukraine? Because we talked about it, and you've just said that, I think I'll leave it.
Sure. So for Helsing, the truth is in the field. It's not just a corporate slogan. It's why we test our strike drones, among other things, in the field in Ukraine, where we've been very proud to learn fast and in the toughest circumstances what it takes to actually make successful defense products fast. The kind of defense product that can be produced in 45 minutes and still destroy high-level Russian assets. 45 minutes. That's what it takes. It takes 7 minutes to press the basic components. That's the kind of design for mass that is not about perfection. It's about getting it done fast and at scale in the time we need and at the cost we have. And that is why we test in Ukraine, but also we've been testing with the Bundeswehr, we've been testing with the British Army in Kenya, and you can read the results of that in the media.
What about, that's impressive, I have to say, 45 minutes, that's record, I heard. What about deep strike capabilities?
Well, as you know, Helsing is the only option at the moment for organically European-produced sovereign capability in uncrewed combat air vehicles. And it's been particularly mentioned that that vehicle is designed to deliver deep strike. It's what the German military, if I correctly call it, refer to as a Jabo drone, a Jagdbomber, so a deep strike drone. And increasingly, we will need to think about what are our most difficult missions and most dangerous missions. With the limited number of pilots we have, the limited number of trained personnel, how do we actually make the best use of the people we have by, for the first time in our history, inverting the human-machine ratio in military affairs, that one operator can control many systems to deliver mass effect without necessarily mass deployment of forces. But we can clearly also see other lessons in Ukraine on this, because a lot of people have rightly said, well, look, all the new technologies and what we've got is World War I type stalemate and slaughter. But that's because the key to this is developing the concepts, the doctrine, the way to employ new technology. That's where the advantage actually lies. So we have to really start thinking this through again, and not just thinking how we do what we do now better at lower cost, but rethink what it is we actually want to achieve and what are the enabling technologies that will bring us there.
I was shocked in the preparation because I asked you, like, what about the drone wall? And you said, oh God. Yeah, and I felt a bit stupid. And please, can you, let's say, update, like, okay, let's not focus on the linguistics here, but like, how should the thing, with whatever name you want to give it, let's say innovative air defense, fully integrated AI-based and also running drone system, how should it look like? What, please say the next 3 steps that need to be taken on, let's say, German, Lithuanian or European political level to make it a reality? Because it looks as if this idea, as an idea, to me, still makes sense, even if you don't like the word. But I was always asking, like, who's the CEO of the drone wall, or this kind of thinking? What's your take on that?
Okay, so why don't I like the drone wall? Because it has already been used as a term to refer to at least 3 very different things. And so there's a real level of confusion there. One is about border surveillance. We've heard that definition used in the Baltic states. One was about actually having a huge force of drones at the border to be able to strike any Russian incursion coming in. And now we hear it used as a defense against drones. So I think there's a significant conceptual confusion, but at the same time, what is clear is that each of those missions are necessary to achieve. We clearly need to create a proper integrated air defense system that works at low cost. That's fine. So that's about developing a mix of different interceptors, be that through cannon-based systems, be it through low-cost kinetic interceptors that just hit the target, or be it through warhead-equipped interceptors as well. But creating integrated air defense is nothing new. We just need to upgrade it for the cost. And what we need to, I think, do is to take advantage of AI when making better decisions on what we call TEWA, threat evaluation and weapon assignment. That means getting the right weapon to hit the right threat. And so there's that as one key step, and that we can use AI for. And if we don't use AI for helping with that, we risk being overwhelmed. The cognitive overload of a mass-saturated, diversified air attack, which Ukrainians will be able to tell you about very clearly, is such that our air defense systems would struggle to cope. And we would actually be increasing the death zone for civilians by not using AI there. But my bigger problem with the drone wall, if I'm perfectly honest, is that it puts the priority on defense. In the Cold War, we learned the lesson that actually by forcing the Soviets to build air defense, we could bankrupt them. Because building air defense at scale is a bottomless pit. You can never have enough, and you will still never cover everything. So when we're thinking about how to actually design our integrated air defense system, we have to prioritize. And that's going to be a politically very uncomfortable task. But the better way to do this is to deter the attack in the first place by showing you have the means to be able to hold at risk things Russia values dearly, and that you would be willing to strike those should the push come to shove. We have to have the courage to be able to push forward. And this was part of the talk last night from General von Zandrat on the military side, and the political side from Gabrielius. It was very clear that it's that political will demonstrating that we have not only the capabilities and the resources, but the resolve to fight forward from day one, to deliver an unrelenting hail of fire from the sky that would make Putin think, not today, any day. That's our true air defense.
Please, some interaction.
May I? Thank you very much. So I underline almost everything. Why is drone wall? No, nothing comes, but only an additional thought. Because yesterday we spoke about old patterns. You speak about air defense. Yes, air defense remains existing. The mortar shell that is incoming is not air defense, but it's the same altitude than small drones are coming in. So do we speak about counter UAV or do we speak about air defense? And who has the authority on the battlefield? So we need to further nail it down to what is it all about and how do I command and control everything? Because currently we are developing, like Geysir in Iceland, one great capability of every startup comes up with a great technical solution to something. Who puts it together? That the commander on the ground, the commander somewhere, can handle it in the time of need and the mass of need. And second is drone wall. Wall is a static terminology. There is no static drone wall. To protect against the threat that is incoming, you need a kind of onion principle that starts in the very depths of the enemy's territory, as you just mentioned, and ends 5 meters in front of you. So you need to have a kind of different terminology that gets away to the perception. You set up a kind of wall and it cannot be infiltrated anymore because you have, that is not going to work. The question is, against what direction should that wall work? It comes from every direction, so it's a difficult terminology. And last not least is, and that's what I like very much, it's all about the threat and the timeline. And I fully concur with you, everything that we now develop that becomes effective in 35, 40 is irrelevant if we have concluded that the most dangerous time is within the next 48 months, so until 2030. What does it mean for me? I need to rely on what I have, scale what I have, and add it to the smart developments that we have learned in Ukraine, etc., etc. So how do I succeed to make a Leopard 2 still dominant on the battlefield by adding to that old platform, and bracket is still the best tank on the world, but this old platform, that he can be superior against the threat of the enemy. And that is about sensoric, automatization, artificial intelligence. So at the end, it's all about command and control. And and how do you achieve that on a fragmented European market that ends at the borderlines of every welfare cycle of every nation? We discussed it yesterday as well. So how do we scale in Europe, which owns everything, but cannot elaborate it and realize it because we have national welfare cycles that are rather competing with each other than becoming complementary? That is something why I like your idea to combine the Baltic states with Ukraine and Germany. Looking at the globe, I would say you should combine everything around the Baltic Sea, because there shouldn't be a difference between the southern coastline of the Baltic Sea and the northern coastline of the Baltic Sea, because we anyway have to do it together. Just some remarks.
Thank you. Yeah, very, very quickly, because there are other panelists to speak, but General von Zandrart is right again about command and control. And this is one of the reasons why Helsing partners with Systematic, the biggest maker of battle management systems in Europe, and one of the NATO standard providers, because we also don't think yet that either new technologies or old technologies are being used to their full potential, and their full potential upgraded by AI, because what AI should be able to give us, and what the new affordable technologies should be able to give us, is simultaneously the advantages of delegated decision-making, which is a structural advantage we hold against our authoritarian enemies, Russia and China. They don't delegate decisions in the same way we do, but at the same time be able to coordinate and thus concentrate fire to the particular specific high level that is needed to once again restore maneuver on the battlefield, which is our current challenge. It's a challenge we've faced before in military history. It's a challenge that we had to use technology wisely to break out of, from the introduction of the tank as a basic technology to the development of combined arms warfare and then on to blitzkrieg. So we know how to do this stuff. We're just doing it again at in a new technological age. And that's precisely what we would seek to enable by what we're doing. Very last comment is, of course, we need to make the best of what we have. Absolutely, no one would say otherwise. And my call is not, lest it be misunderstood, to end the usefulness of the tank. We need tanks, of course we do. Whether we need the ones we have now, different question, but we need them. But it's like two chambers of a heart of defense. The new autonomous technologies, the old conventional, traditional technologies. That's balance, but we need balance in the funding that's provided to make sure we get enough of both.
I think that is exactly right. Whatever we do, it needs to have this inherent transformation capability. Transform from now to tomorrow and the future. So whoever tries to deliver something or sell you something, if it does not own this transformation capacity, it's outdated after a very short period of time.
So that's the point of software-defined defense. That's exactly why you put the complexity onto the software, so you can update.
Okay, guys. Now, I know we are running late, but I want to dig a bit deeper. You said around Baltics, yeah? But, okay, let's take the borderline. We have Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, a bit Poland, and then further. So that's already like 6 countries, yeah? And they all want to, they all have drone companies and amazing technology. So, like, who and how are we going to do it? Is your pitch, only thing we have to integrate is the AI or the software platform, and then let them fly whatever plastic with rotors, or do you say it needs to be one big order and one big company, or should it be, like, how are we going to approach this? Like, concretely, what kind of purchasing project, or, is it a stupid question?
Well, neither of those extremes, and I'd also love to hear from Britta Jakob of ARX Robotics on this in a second, because they have something to say about that too. But for us, I mean, Helsing is a multi-domestic company. John Healey, the British Defence Secretary, referred to us as an Anglo-German company. We have the opening on Wednesday of our factory in Plymouth in the UK. We already have a factory in Germany. We have hired the head of Tesla's scale-up and manufacturing. Give you an idea of the extent to which we're planning to scale. We hired the head of IKEA's supply chain. This is the scale we will be building at, and the gigafactories in Germany and elsewhere that we will build as part of building capacity as capability. And so we think actually multiple production of similar systems in different countries is one way to square the circle. But of course, we should all be building with open architectures that can be integrated with multiple systems, old and new. I mean, that's clear. But there will be advantages to scaling. There will also be advantages to licensable production that will actually allow large manufacturers to use their capability to produce the kind of things we're now designing. That's why you have to design for mass production. Illustrate that. What was Freedom's Forge in World War II? It was not niche defense companies producing the Sherman tanks, the B-17s, the endless trucks that helped win the war. It was Ford and General Motors producing under license. We have to activate again that power of our industry, and so we have to design with that in mind, and of course with interoperability in mind.
Good, we have automotive representative here who can then tell us about the crisis and how it can be a chance and so on. But before that, we have to talk about logistics, because it doesn't matter tanks or drones, they have to arrive at the right time and very quickly, and we are already delayed. So Egle, like, tell us a bit what are your, let's say, things to celebrate, and where we should, where still some gaps in that field.
Okay, so I'm Eglė Šimė, I'm representing LTG Cargo, it's Lithuanian Railways group of companies, and I'm CEO of Freight Company. So I will point out maybe some successes in cooperation with Germany going through the projects we are doing in Lithuania. So first of all, I would say I should mention Rail Baltica. Everyone knows this project. So Rail Baltica is a cross-border dual-use corridor which will link Baltics with Poland and will be used to transport troops, civilians, and also freight. It's almost 400 kilometers will be built, and I don't know if everybody knows that we are doing that together with Germany, because DB Cargo, construction and engineering company, is helping us to project 100 kilometers from Poland to Kaunas. So this project is moving successfully forward in Lithuania. And what it will mean to our country, it will mean that we will be able to transport twice more than we can now. Twice more people, twice more freight. So coming to the next area of cooperation, it's military mobility. So for us, it's important because as Cargo and Lithuanian Railways, we have our vision, which says that we are seeing ourselves as a backbone of transportation. And having national security in our blood, we are working and cooperating with German carriers when bringing not only freight, but also sometimes connecting troops to our trains. So in military mobility area, we have two areas. It's reloading stations in Palemonas and Šeštokai. We are planning to renovate Palemonas area. And the other part is our teams are prepared to do their best, and I think I could loudly say that we are trusted partners for military transportation, not only in Lithuania, but we also have a possibility to transport in all Baltic states. And we are doing that for already second year, cooperating with DB Cargo. They are we are overtaking freight on the border and transporting it to Latvia, Estonia, wherever it's needed. And also we are helping with our mobile brigades to put the equipment on rails wherever it's needed. And the third part, it's intermodal transportation. So we will have Rail Baltica, but it's not enough to wait when Rail Baltica comes in 2030 or some years later. We were practicing to connect Baltic countries, to connect Sweden with Europe. And we had pilot trains from Estonia, Muuga port to Lithuania. And from Lithuania, we already have working line to Duisburg. So it's already 3 years. We are transporting containers and semi-trailers to Duisburg 3 times a week. We are planning to increase it to 6 times. And what does it mean? It means that for example, moving stuff for Rūdininkai and moving brigade there, we can help transporting everything which is needed. And talking about possibilities, not gaps, not challenges, but maybe possibilities, as you said. So I would use an example of Ukraine. So I was visiting some of our partners and terminals in Ukraine a few weeks ago. And what I saw there, that Ukrainian railway depots are used for manufacturing of military equipment, because they have experience, they have the knowledge, and they have the platforms which could be used to do that. So this is an area for cooperation and possibilities which we are also evaluating at LTG. The other area is innovations, or I would call it differently, efficiency on railways, because you know, railways are usually slow, not so efficient, and we would like to change that. So this is the area for cooperation for both countries, moving and making the railway faster, more efficient, and of course it's needed for those difficult times when the day comes.
We need that in Germany.
We are cooperating in European Railway Organization, and we are sharing our innovation ideas. For example, like we are using drones to check our wagons and to check the quality of the wagons flying and seeing above them.
Have you offered that to DB yet?
We are sharing our experience.
Please.
Yeah. So we are sharing those experiences, and I would challenge to be active, more active in this area. And of course, we are open for any ideas how railways could be more efficient. So I would say that I mentioned everything here, and I hope those kind of meetings like this would attract more ideas in the areas where we could work together.
Thank you so much also for the concise summary, and I hear there's a lot already going on, and yeah, I think there's a lot to be learned in both ways. Yeah, it was a little bit joke, but there's some serious, of course. Yeah, let's move on now to the automotive sector, which you already mentioned also, yeah, you're not an OEM, but let's say an OEM supply, first-tier supplier, so critical parts. Yeah, how you've been here now about a year, I think, in person?
Personally, yes, but our company already 8
Tell
years.
us a bit how you came here and what are the lessons learned and where you see potentials.
My name is Florian Stein from Armovio. You normally heard better name is Continental Automotive. We had a spin-off. And we started our business here in Lithuania 8 years ago. We had the anniversary, so the groundbreaking was 2017 for us. So I started here now in February. And also, when we started here in the past, so we are an international company. We are used to ramping up greenfields around the world. And when we came here, also we came here because we have a very fast-growing economical environment. We see a very high level in academic education, and we also could collaborate with the universities, where we were a little bit taken by surprise, and this is just to share the experience also for the companies who want to come here. So there was a big gap, and because if you come from Germany, you have your vocational education systems. So we are talking about educated, trained technicians for maintenance, for electronics, for mechanical workshop, and so on. And that means for us also, you saw, of course, the figures, what we invested in hardware, equipment, buildings. But more important for us was the investment in the people and the education, the training here. So in 2020, we started apprenticeship and so on, collaboration with universities, and 2022 we started together also with the AHK to establish in Lithuania something like our vocational system. And we had also good partners here. We are not talking about universities. So in Germany, we are talking about Berufsschule, Technische Schule. We had a great partner here in Renginyje Tech. So a very top-of-the-notch technology with equipment, with teaching, digital training, and so on. But it's very far away, 3.5 hours of here. And we had a collaboration here. We have more than 40 people trained already there. We implement now 3 curriculums together with the AHK. For us, very important was mechatronic, of course, for our products for our machines. And we have technical tooling now established, and I think September we started the first program with IT. That means we need to set up with the schools an education plan, a curriculum, which is from the one side accepted by the Lithuanian government. On the other side, also accepted and meeting the IHK standards. So these trainings now, they are accepted. I think it's level B what we already achieved and going further. And yeah, of course, so we invested a lot in the education. We sent our train-the-trainer Ausbildungsschein we did with the AHK. And of course, it's still a challenge on this labor market to attract the right talents and to educate them, and not only focus on universities. So this, from an educational side, this was our biggest challenge here. Yeah.
Thank you for the nice words, and thank you also for the great cooperation. Without you and your company, it would not have been possible, and I think really that is something important for the future. And this is really, I mean, that's the assets we have, the people, and the ingenuity of them. And I mean, who in this room has gone to university? Please raise your hand. So I make the who has not gone to university. Yeah. So, and that's the academic bias. That's what I call it. Yeah. And if you talk about the country, you can't only have this what we call Häuptlinge, the chiefs. Okay, thank you. Yeah. And actually, what matters at the end is how good are the people on the line and putting the stuff together. And that's really what matters, and that's the quality if you want to scale up at the end. Okay, we go into a different kind of age now, but even in IT, yeah, we found that's actually quite working, because the universities to build up IT guys not really working, yeah? I mean, Zuckerberg left when the university? Was it first or second semester? I mean, they all didn't even finish, yeah? Why? Because they thought okay, it's a different discussion a bit, but I think this combination of theory and practice makes a lot of sense. Now, many think that automotive industry, I mean, Volkswagen or others should play a role, or how realistic is that? How far are we away from this? There was in the German media, there's this one plant of Volkswagen in the south, and now they're, yeah, I mean, I know you're not Volkswagen, and you're probably, but I'm so far, you're a bit closer maybe to this topic. Is it like dream, or is it?
It depends. So when you talk about the OEs, we are talking about very slow decisions, life cycles, and so on. And it's not about the company, the building, and so on, but it's more about processes. So we talked about that building up high-scale production volumes. This knowledge is in the automotive sector. We are talking about lean management systems, or continuous improvement. So of course from Ford, from Toyota, what we are implementing and working every day. We also challenge, so it's not like when I started, a product cycle was 3 years. Now with Chinese and Indian company, OEMs, it's maybe 3/4 of a year. And then they want to already have serial parts. And this knowledge is in the automotive sector. And also the knowledge is one thing, the systems, the IT infrastructure, and of course, the experience. You have to train and educate the people in these processes, niches you need.
Britta is already nodding, and I think that's where because she's doing cars that move, at least things that have 4 wheels and they move.
Not even a chain.
A chain sometimes. They have 4 wheels and a chain. Okay, tell us a bit about what kind of things you do, why you do them, and how you do them, and do you plan to let it be produced by this car plant in the south or not?
Well, yeah, thank you. So ARX Robotics, we are a new defense tech player in Germany, near Munich, with our headquarter. But we also have a production site in Ukraine and will open one in UK. So we have already a site in UK now, but we'll open up a production site next year. So what we are doing is, well, first of all, a software that is connecting legacy fleets and new systems. So we are trying to provide this interconnectivity that we talked about, that you need in multi-domain operations. And we have like our signature, you call it vehicle. Well, yes, it's an unmanned ground vehicle, a robot, if you will, that you can integrate with different payloads. So it can do reconnaissance, surveillance, when there's sensors or radars put on it. It can also have, of course, a combat option. In Ukraine it is deployed, so we are having the biggest UGV fleet in Ukraine, in Europe. So it's more in the 3-digit, yeah. So yeah, and there it is deployed mostly for transport of the wounded. So of course it can help bring wounded soldiers, yeah, like medevac, exactly. So, but in unmanned, autonomous, and AI-enabled functions and capabilities, and also logistics, transport, and so on. So everything there, and because you asked why we do this, because we see, okay, we have a shortage already in personnel, military personnel, but also in budget allocation, of course. So what would be the solution is to multiply forces so that you don't need so much personnel for tasks that really can be done now because we have the technology. So where you needed to have 4 or 5 soldiers to bring 1 wounded soldier back to the camp, for example, our robot can do this alone. And then also because when we look at the modern warfare and how it works, and we heard a lot about that today, that this zone is getting bigger and bigger, where these unmanned operations are taking place, where you don't want to send people in. I mean, that is about protecting our soldiers, our personnel. So that is what we do. That is what drives us. And also, as we also heard, and that is totally right, what matters today in today's modern warfare times is mass, speed, and cost effectiveness. And that is the things that we provide, because software you can always update, upgrade, and the hardware thing is basically a very easy, not very complex, not very costly thing. So that is the direction, at least we believe, we have to go. So a bit less of, let's say, very costly, very complex, very long taking systems, although we need them. I would also fully agree with my colleague Ben here. We are not, not our company saying like, okay, we are the new, innovative kids on the block and we don't need our traditional primes or legacy systems anymore. Not at all. We need both. We need a combination. But then we talk about a balance, and I think you asked about that before as well. Balance sounds like, okay, something like 50-50, right? But the share now between legacy fleets and software-defined systems, at least in Germany, is still more of a 99-1. So we have to ramp up the game and really heavily invest and procure more of software-defined defense. But for that you need a different mindset, because as I said, when we talk about the legacy systems, this is much more, you're thinking about a finished system, right? So this is what you're ordering, and it has to have these components and do that tasks. With software-defined defense, you will never have a finished system. That is just by default of innovation and of software. It will never be finished. So we have to get to a mindset that says, you know what, now 80%, let's say, it's ready, let's test it, let's integrate it, let's do exercises with it, let's learn, take back the feedback cycle, and update and upgrade it. But this is a different mindset also for those who are making the contracts in procurement offices and so on. But I think we have to go both ways, and we have to get there. And your question about would we let our UGVs be produced in an automotive production site? Well, yes, of course, and we already are going this path. We have a strategic partnership with a German company called Deutz, who are producing engines, and so now our robot is produced in Ulm at a production site where the V8 engine had been produced for a very long time. Now our robots are running there, and of course like that we can scale. You need, of course, much more of that. It's not that one company would be enough. So you need more of those partnerships. But we think that is the way to go. And we have to understand that when we talk about scaling, this is not possible within the existing defense industry system. We need manufacturing partners from the civil industry area. And Germany is, has the automotive sector, has machinery sector, which are our backbone, industrial backbone. And we have to come to that transition of building a new defense industrial complex in that combination that I just talked about.
And let's not forget about steel and chemical industry, which we need to save.
Yes.
And
Yes.
we lost 400,000 employment places in the last 18 months alone in the producing industry. 400,000 employment places. It's a tragedy, and we have to reverse it as fast as possible. Otherwise, it will cause, I think, tremendous frictions. And well, since Gigimandas left the room, I can. Yes, he came back. I was about to say I can continue 2 more minutes, and so I do it with you. Come, I feel lonely here.
Yes, but Ambassador, it's.
He will.
No, but if you're in such a generous mode, then I would
No,
live up to it.
We cannot
2 more
do it.
minutes, I think.
I have 2 more questions. 2 minutes, really sharp.
We stop.
Are you China free? Because this company suffered and is suffering, and you say yes.
Well, no, I think that really to be very, very honest here in this room, to say nowadays our product is China-free is, I guess, very rare, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
So, of course, we have the biggest part of our supply chain is European, because we really try to keep it that way, not only by accident, but that is really on purpose. But there are, of course, components, and our robot is running with battery, e-mobility. So it's just simply not possible. We are aware of, but we would love to see, ramping up the game for having European components that we then can use.
Let's work and give us the lists so we can try to find the suppliers here or elsewhere in the world. At the end, our network, 93 countries, 150 offices. We are there for that, actually, and we can play a role in that, just strategically saying.
Very good.
And last question, interoperability, European. So if I take now, let's say, Helsing and ARC's robotics, so how you ensure interoperability? Because what I see in logistics, I spoke to the SAP guys, and they are actually at the moment the leading NATO SAP logistics platform, but they suffer that only half of NATO countries have subscribed, and you need actually one for all, otherwise it's difficult to, with the borders and the tanks and so on and the coordination. So
although, I mean, that is the big advantage, and also what is behind the idea of ARCs, to say, let's do modular systems, completely modular systems, where you can change basically be it hardware as a platform, it can be our small robot. It can be a bigger platform, it can be a heavy vehicle. For example, we also digitalize the Daimler truck Setros, the real big thing that can do now, can go autonomously.
You want to take Rheinmetall out of business?
No, of course, not at all. And if you quote me with that, then I will sue you.
I'm joking.
But
that was a joke, and I said it.
No. But so this is the one idea, to have the modular platforms that you can basically have everywhere, and then you could combine it, and plus on top the software. And Ben also said it, and that is crucial. We need the open interfaces so that it can work. If you have only like one solution that is only working for one market, one country or so, then it's not gonna play out, not at all. But if you have that kind of open interfaces that you're working with, and then try to cooperate European-wide, then it can be a good model to go forward.
Thank you, Britta. Thanks God we don't have to make the closing remark, that we delegate to somebody else. Gigi Mantas, yes? I have caught up, I made out of 20 minutes delay, 5 minutes delay.
Perfect.
So I think we did great. I enjoyed these panelists. It was highly diverse and stimulating. Big applause to my panel, who is still half here.
Thank you so much. And now I would ask Ambassador to say a concluding remarks. We had to have also Lithuanian ambassador from Berlin, but he's now already in Berlin waiting for minister to land. So, so you are now you are now speak on behalf of two ambassadors. We simplify this stuff. We speak one language, one ambassador.
Dear Ambassador, dear Gigis, I think and dear Ambassador, dear Gigis, I think we are pretty close to that stage. I mean, I was impressed by this forum, as I've seen a lot of expertise in this room, a very strong commitment from both sides, and a drive. And this really reassures me that we will continue to see progress. I mean, honestly speaking, I think that the relationship between our two countries is at an all-time high. And we haven't yet reached the peak. So there's a lot of potential in the fields of defense, sure. That's the biggest project we are courageously, jointly conducting. In the field of the economy, new opportunities, new technologies, new questions, new challenges, and certainly, last but not least, in the field of language. Honestly, if I may pour some water into the wine, what I've seen is a very strong consensus in this room. We are all agreed that we are facing an existential crisis. And the dilemma is that this is not common wisdom outside this room. So, and as we are living, thanks God, in democracies, I think we have no better alternative than to leave this room and to reach out, spread the message, and not only to the converted. I think that's very important. I mean, I don't think that this is a short distance run. It's a marathon. And we need to sustain the effort. So I think what I would recommend, that's my humble suggestion, that we explain also to populists, to AfD and others, what is at stake. But that we do not just stop at depicting a gloomsday scenario, but that we also offer solutions wherever we have them. I mean, speaking about the Brigade project, speaking about the combination of AI with legacy equipment, modernizing our economy. I think these are tangible solutions. They also instill hope, and they give our populations a perspective. They show that we are not just assuming leadership, but that we are living up to it and that we are constructive. And otherwise, I'm afraid that many of those outside this room may fall victim to the propaganda of Putin and the likes, because we feel angst. So I think that is very important, that we have clear messaging and that we give, wherever we have them, hints, recommendations for viable solutions, not those which we can reach in 20 years, but now. And where we don't have them, well, we just confess that we are working on them. And what was that? The remark that the Minister of Economy said, we are facing the challenge by these meteorological balloons, so we called on a number of companies to come up with innovative solutions. I think that is the can-do spirit. I would like to see more, especially in Germany. I think here we have it. And that's my second point. I think this crisis we are facing is also an opportunity. And what we should do is to appeal to each and everyone. This is about freedom. It is about the very foundation of Europe. And freedom is, unfortunately, Germans really don't, not all Germans do know it, but freedom is not for free. And in that respect, I'm impressed by what I see in this country. And so we can maybe learn from the strengths of the Baltics, who, although they are faced by an enormous threat, we're not sitting idle. We're not just having angst. But they, at least some or many of them, are doing something. They are joining the Rifleman Union. They are collecting money for Ukraine, even shipping drones to Ukraine. And there was that sentence, you only get brave by doing brave things. I would like that to be copied to Germany. I think it's the best recipe against German angst. And in the end, this is even larger. It's about, I think, a crisis. This crisis also offers an opportunity, because what is at stake? Basically, it's the idea of Europe. We are being challenged by an authoritarian system. And I think all European countries throughout their history have made experiences with freedom, liberating themselves from monarchies, from dictatorship, from foreign occupation. And I think it's important, especially for young people who are honestly not representing, not very well represented in this room, that, and I'm speaking to you, that we use that opportunity to tell something about European identity and what is really precious and at stake, what enables us to choose freely our profession, to travel freely, to speak our mind. And I think if we use this crisis in order to inspire maybe not all European nations, but some, a nucleus, how infuse the spirit of freedom, I think that could help in order to rally behind this common cause to avert a major crisis and to put up a clear stop sign to Putin's ambitions. So at the end, the ambassador, dear Gigis, I would like to thank you. You have been the driving force. At times we were sweating in order to make you happy, but you and your team really produced an outstanding result. I think bringing us all here together is very good. Next time maybe we should also have some adversaries in the room, people who are not sharing our opinion. And I would also like to thank Mr. Mowinski and Fausta Shimaitite for setting up jointly together the Night Owl. And I would also like to thank my colleague Jakobine von Freytag-Loringhofen, who in the German embassy was a mastermind and did all the necessary and quite time-consuming preparation. And thank you, Ms. Guyas, for representing Germany here. Thank you, Michael Roth, that you are representing the German. No longer. Yeah, but still, I think it's important to have you here, and Anna-Maria Strauss as well. So, thanks very much, and the AHK for sure.
Thank you. Really, I will not add a word on content because you've been speaking like me. So we are speaking one voice. Just when you mentioned young generation, I want to ask Laurynas and Gilia to stand because that's the young generation that created the forum from my side. So thank you. And just on operational note, I liked forum switching, Germany, Lithuania. Munich was a success. So now we are really searching for new state land to land. Let's think together where we could be of biggest use, but we will rotate. And finally, it's time for lunch. So whoever wants to share the last meal today with us, follow me, Gilia and Laurynas. We go to Hilton Gardens Hotel. Okay? It's much better than in Parliament, to be honest.
Ach so, ja, das kriegen wir hin. Das stimmt. Ja, das haben die uns nicht vorhin noch gefragt.
Gutes Schlusswort.
Danke. Naja, wir hatten uns ja auch ein bisschen ausgetauscht. Ich finde, das ist nämlich immer so. Ja, thank you very much.